Okay, I don't know what YouTube just did with the settings on that thing. They messed it all up massively. It was set for today. It was set for 10 o'clock this evening, my time. I just come in now to go live, and the time was all wrong. So I guess it's going to take a while for people to arrive. I got no idea. I got no idea, folks. Okay, so there are 0 people here. I'm literally talking to myself. So this will be just me and the guys watching on replay. Oh, we got 1 person just arrived. Farmer, hello mate. YouTube messing me about again. Apparently they set the date wrong and they set the time wrong. Everybody everywhere. There is no everybody, my friend. It's just me and you at the minute. I think she was here earlier. I don't think she's still. I'm not sure what happened there. Hello Marie, if you are still here. People are starting to arrive, I can see. So notifications won't have gone out with the date and time all set wrong. Nice. I only noticed that it was set for midnight. I thought it was set for midnight tonight when I've just come to go live. I absolutely set it for 2200 hours, my time, 10 p.m. But YouTube absolutely messed me about with it. And even now when I just went in to reset it, it messed me. I don't normally, once I've set it, I never go back in because I know it ditches some of the settings. So even to promote it, I go in as a viewer onto the future stream. I don't go in through the admin interface to make changes to the video once it's to the live stream once it's been set up. But for some reason they threw away the time. They changed it from 10 p.m. to midnight tonight. It looked like to me, but Marie seems to be indicating it was set for 12 days time. I've got no idea. Anyway, folks, let's give it a couple of minutes while we wait for people. I haven't taken a swig of my coffee yet, so we'll see whether it's still too hot. I had to just take the lid off. I've made it too recently. I'll just put the lid on it. It's actually just about cool enough to drink. Maybe not quite. Oh, not quite. A little bit. That's burnt all the way down. That's going to have done some damage. Fortunately, we have 2 fish to drink and I have a cold drink to hand. Almost ice cold. Okay, folks. I did not promote this video. If I had, I probably would have noticed that the date and time were all messed up. I don't know. Hi, how are you? That would be, I think that you're, oh, let me get this right. Richard, maybe. All good. All good. Zami's in the house. Hello, hello. Enjoying a can yourself. And so you should. I mean, Friday night. Hannah's in the house as well. Hello, Hannah. Mike and Tina. Yeah, she is here. She's shaking under the covers because we've just had a volley of fireworks again. Well, not really a volley, but a spate of separate. Oh, okay, babe. You're going to say hello to the peoples now that you've calmed down a bit. Let's see. I shall give it a go, folks. She was a bit annoyed with me because I put her on the floor to eat her food and drink her water, and then I went out for a quarter of an hour to make my coffee. Let's get this light on and bring her around. Hey, babe. Hello, you. I can't hold the camera and show you at the same time, can I? Hey? Cuddles with Daddy. Come on, calm down. Calm down. I keep telling you nothing can hurt you while you're with Daddy. just a loud bang in the distance. There's my girl anyway, folks. She's there. She's okay. She was just under the covers and probably wants to stay under, I think. Do you want to go back under? Are you going underground? I'll leave it up to you. No, I think she's keeping her head out. Okay. Back, back to me, folks. She's like, oh no, not again. That's called an esophagus scorcher, it is, and can lead to throat cancers and things. You have to be careful with such things if you cause damage to those sensitive parts of the body. There's a guy who lived a few doors up the street from us that used to drink his tea red hot, apparently. And, yeah, that didn't end well. That did not end well. Okay, folks, we're 6 minutes in. The numbers are low. I'd expect that under the circumstances. With the with YouTube messing me about with the set ahead time for the stream. I'm still not sure about the date thing, but it was definitely off. It was set for midnight, whatever day it was set for, which is a bit annoying. Maybe people will find us over time. But I guess we're going to make a start. We can't just sit here all day saying, let's wait for people to arrive. So it's been quite the week. Certainly for the people in the UK, the last few days, the last 2 or 3 days. Once I started, yeah, okay, but that's not like an advanced notification, like the stream will start in half an hour kind of notification. Which you would usually get obviously half an hour ahead of me going live. If you thought it was going live at midnight or some other day even, that's no good. Anyway, big storm in the UK, country ground to a halt as far as I can tell from the news. We'll talk about a related topic. If you've seen the title of the stream, we're going to talk about people that are homeless over winter and maybe how you could help them if you're of a mind to. We're not talking about me, although there are obvious parallels. But we're going to look at that. But I've got another topic that I briefly want to touch upon once we do get going. Mr. Schofield, hello, sir. I got another topic once we do get underway, which is basically that today is, or I guess almost was, the 21st anniversary of my mum dying. And the fact that I am now, what? How old am I? 57. I'm 3 years shy of the age she was when she died. Which makes you pause for thought. Well, let me plug this back in. But she died as a result of an asthma attack. She'd had one in the house. They'd called an ambulance as a precaution. She felt better by the time they got there and didn't want to go with the ambulance. They took her away anyway with my sister, just to monitor. While she was in the monitoring ward in the hospital, she had another attack, and that was it. She was gone. Age 60 and a few months. Makes you think. Makes you think about how sudden things can end. And so I've been in a contemplative mood all day, thinking about that. I invited her down for a cup of coffee at one point. It's a silly thing that I do every now and again. Have a little chat with her. Don't worry, I'm not going bonkers. I know it's bullshit. But no, I mean, the ache doesn't go away, but it softens over time. Lots of good memories. I credit her with basically how well I did at school, how good I was at mathematics, reading and maths in particular. she had me reading all of the books that you would ever read in primary school, so up to the age of 11 or so. I'd read all of those before I started school. Um, and then she bought maths exercise books and maths kind of kiddie textbooks. Um, but as well as that, we played memory games, and I credit that. I mean, you can't know for sure, but I did used to, I know you wouldn't believe it watching me now struggle to connect the dots and put the right word in and remember the right names of things. But I did used to have a fantastic memory. And as a kid, you could teach me something once and I just knew it forever. And I can still drag things up now that I've got no idea where I know them from. And it's probably some TV program, or she used to buy me books along the lines of 365 things to know, one for each day of the year. And these were my prized Christmas presents. Right up until about the age of 13 or 14, there'd always be a couple of like encyclopedia type books, or in fact she got us a whole set of me and my brother and sister, she just for the household rather than any one of us, but she got a set of 18 encyclopedias at one point and taught us how to use them with the index books. The two or three of the books were just the index for the whole thing. But training my memory as a kid, I credit with a lot of my supposed intelligence. It's not, how did you put it? I gathered a lot of knowledge over the years, a lot of facts, a lot of info, and I don't think that's necessarily intelligence. The intelligence is like an ability to problem solve, or an ability to join disparate bits of information together and see patterns and build things out of them. I've just gathered random facts and heard them like when you watch QI or something, and then the next time when that program's repeated 5 years later and you just know all the answers. As a kid watching University Challenge and astounding all the adults that I knew some of the answers, and if I didn't know, I could have a good guess at a lot of them. And I put all that down to just having a good memory, which I credit to my mum and the games. It's just simple little games. A silver tray with 10 objects on, and you look away, turn away, and she'll take one or two of them away. And then you look and you try and remember what was supposed to be there. Or the one where you shuffle a pack of cards and lay all the cards face down in a grid on the either on a table or on the floor. And you turn two over, and if they're not a match, which obviously they're not going to be initially, you put them back face down. But over time you remember where cards are. You turn over a queen and you remember there was a queen somewhere up towards the top right corner, and developed my memory from that. So yeah, I got a lot of how would you put it, a lot of good memories. But she had a hard life herself. Coping with 3 kids on her own while my dad was working away, often either away within the country for weeks at a time, or later on working abroad for months at a time. Tina, go. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. You're okay. So yeah, stuff like that. She had a hard life, but like I say, folks, 21 years ago today, and I'll always remember that day, obviously. It was a Sunday, and we got a call saying that she'd been taken to hospital. It was kind of a precaution, but come along. And we got another call saying it's taken a turn for the worse, you better get here fast. And we kind of dawdled. We got showered and went. Didn't kind of appreciate how serious or how urgent it was. We didn't dawdle, but we got a quick shower. And by the time we got there, we were too late. Me and my wife, brother and sister were already there. Obviously, my sister had gone in the ambulance with my mum. She was there. Then we had to take the car back to my mum's house where my sister was staying, and we had to tell my nephews. I had to tell my nephews what had happened. That their grandma was gone. Perversely, as we walked out of the hospital doors, we were kind of laughing and smiling, which sounds bizarre, but we were. Oh, remember that time that? Oh, do you remember that time she did that thing? And so there was a lot of immediate reminiscing. I think I've told this before. I officiated the funeral. I was kind of the MC for the funeral service. Only because she wouldn't have wanted an official, like a religious ceremony. She wouldn't have wanted us doing that. And we tried contacting the Humanist Society for a non-religious ceremony, and they wanted the best part of £1,000. And like I said, we're going back 21 years. This is back when £1,000 was a lot of money. They'd have to have a guy come up from some other town, and he'd want transport and hotels and you know, hotels for 2 nights, the night before and the night after, and all that. And they wanted a ludicrous amount, so we didn't do that. My mum would not have appreciated us spending that kind of money on that kind of stuff. So anyway, folks, yeah, just to wrap that up, that was 21 years ago. So that's got me in a slightly ponderous mood. I'll just scroll through chat. I'm sure you've made some comments, but yeah, let's do a cheers to my mum, Eileen, up there. Hopefully, see, non-religious, but you still do. Times like that, you still look to something. But cheers to Eileen. Cheers to my mum. She did always prefer mum to mum. But when I grew up and became a little bit posher, I did switch to mum for some reason. To fit in with other people, I guess. But no, she was my mum. Okay, folks, let's get to the main topic that I kind of want to discuss today, and that is after the big storm that hit the UK yesterday. I can't get that name in my head. It's not even a real word for me. What's it called? Storm Gorilla or something. I know it's not, but let me just have a look, because it'll annoy me that I can't get the name, and it's not immediately obvious on that page. What was it called? Goretti. It's not even a word, is it? How do you remember words that aren't words? Storm Goretti hit the UK. 100-mile-an-hour winds, or 99 is what I saw at its peak. 15 inches of snow in places, and the snow didn't all fall where they said it was going to fall. It was further north and stuff. But let me just have a quick check here. Okay, Farmaster's saying cheers to my mum, yeah. But the storm, folks. I mean, obviously I'm homeless myself, and it's winter, but I'm in a much warmer country. We don't get those biting. Well, in this part of the country that I'm in, we don't get those kind of biting temperatures. They have had snow in the north of Spain on the hills and things, but here, what did we get? We got down to 3 degrees one night. We're back up now. The nights are around 9, 10, 11 degrees. We actually had a warm day today. Best part of 20 degrees. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me, farmer. Come on, I have a playlist named exactly that. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me. If you've seen some of the, if you've watched the playlist, see some of the videos. When I was here in a ripped tent, when my bed was literally wet through, soaking up from the bottom. The times that the fields flooded, actual flood, knee deep. There are no videos of that because that was way before. That ruined the phone that I had when I was made homeless. But what storm? I'm in London, nothing here. Yeah, it went up the country from kind of southwest to northeast, didn't it? Roughly speaking. Newcastle was one of the first areas to have snow from what I could see last night. Bad winds down in Cornwall, Devon, that kind of area. Isles of Scilly and some of the Channel Islands. North France as well. But yeah. It made me think about people that are. What if I'd been homeless in the UK? How would I have survived then? I've said that when the temperatures get low here, they open some kind of emergency shelter somewhere in town. But you can imagine most of these places are no dogs. And a lot of homeless people have dogs. Whether they had the dog before they became homeless or whether they found a stray along the way. What are you going to do? I watched some people driving around. This might have been an American thing. Trying to convince some homeless people to go into shelters, but telling them they'll just have to let their dog go. And you're like, well, what does that mean? Where does your dog go? Is someone going to put it in dog kennels overnight, or are you saying literally just cut your dog loose and you fuck off for the night to shelters? You can't expect a dog owner to do that. They're part of your family. They're literally, they're on a par with like a son or a daughter. I mean, almost. You know, it's. So I was watching this as I was thinking, what would I have done if I was in the UK? How would I have survived? And the question came to me, well, what could anybody do? What could you guys do? What could the man in the street do to help homeless during, well, at any time, especially up winter, but like when there's a big storm like that coming, what can you do? And so I came up with some ideas, and I thought we could maybe just discuss those for a while this evening. So I'm thinking step one is to try and get people into shelters. So in the UK, there are some shelters that will let a homeless person take a dog in. I've got no idea how that works. I assume you don't take the dog inside the dormitory or the rooms or the hall. Some of them are church halls and things. I'm assuming that there's separate kennels or some other, maybe a separate room where the dogs get tied up or something. Another reason that people won't go, homeless people won't go to shelters, apart from the dog thing, is a lot of them have had run-ins with each other. They've had arguments or fights or whatever, and they don't want to go. They don't want to risk being in some kind of trapped in some building with their enemies. And another more obvious one is they can't put up with the rules of the place. If it's no, don't come in drunk or no drugs or any of that stuff. Some of them won't tolerate those kinds of things. But the one thing that people could do is research what help is available. And if you know someone homeless, if you regularly see someone, if there's that guy under the bridge or in that field or, you know, on that particular street corner, research what help is available from your local authorities and ask if they want taking to the shelter. Um, if they don't want to go now, maybe just hand them the information so that they can go later. Contact the shelters and say, hey, there's a guy living under a bridge on such and such a street. Mr. Tommy Tombstone, hello. Yeah, Roger. If I was in the UK homeless, I wouldn't know where to begin. I wouldn't have known from the get-go. We don't have the communal bin things to walk around and gather resources. It's that much colder. You don't have, like in your situation, you don't have as many, it's not as acceptable to squat in buildings and places, disused buildings. You don't have as much of the protections that you get here. You don't have the sun to power solar panels to the same degree. That would have been another, even if I'd got there and had the setup that I've got now, how much power would my 100-watt solar panel provide in the fucking UK in winter? Oh, I forgot to do the do not disturb thing. Sorry, folks. Let me just see whether I can do that now without ending the stream accidentally. Do not disturb. There we go. Okay. Back to chat. It made me scroll back. All right, yeah, I'd be dead if I was there. So finding information, finding out what's available to help people is definitely a step in the right direction. As I said, maybe contacting the shelter people and pointing them in the direction. Hey, there's a guy here that might need help. Maybe they're in a better position. One thing I would kind of caution anyone about before approaching is to not go alone. Homeless people can be unpredictable. Addiction problems, alcohol or drugs, psychiatric or psychological problems. Not that you can easily distinguish the two when you meet somebody, but you want to go in a 2 or a 3. If you're gonna say, hey, there's a place you can go. Like I said, maybe just contact the shelters and say, hey, there's a guy there, and they can arrange something. Maybe they have a minibus to go and pick people up. Especially if it's like a church organised thing, they tend to have minibuses and things, or contacts with people who do. But another route you could take, especially if it's someone who won't go in a shelter, whether it's because of dogs or whatever other reason, practical help. There are certain kind of fixed things that people need, especially with like a big storm like that. Warm and waterproof clothing, blankets, perhaps sleeping bags. A lot depends on your own financial circumstances. I would say to anybody, if you haven't got it, don't be giving it away. Don't put yourself in a situation by trying to help someone else. But if you're in a position to, and if you're willing to, I mean, you can start with the basics, the cheap stuff. Warm socks, multiple pairs, so that if one pair gets wet, they can take them off, and while they're drying, and put the other pair on. Towel maybe. Socks, towel. Shoes if you can afford it, but you'd need to know what size beforehand, wouldn't you? Unless you're going to drive around with like with a sack full of different shoes. Has my coffee cooled down now? Probably. Oh, and it's this lid as well. I always forget. I have to really wrap my mouth around. It's got the silly sippy cup thing in the top. but then it leaks around the lid. Warm drinks and food, folks. If you just casually want to help someone who's homeless in the middle of a storm, warm food, drinks, maybe a bag of easy to eat food, tins of beans and stuff like, you know, stuff, ring pull, ready to eat, ring pull, bread buns and hot dog sausages, something like that. Maybe a plastic knife and fork and spoon, plastic or wooden, whatever you get nowadays. There's lots. I made a list, but I'll go through some of the items briefly. I probably won't harp on about the whole thing. I might make a separate video at some stage. Incidentally, did anybody watch my power saving video? How to make your phone's power last longer if you're in a power cut and there's no extra power available. The different turning on the most severe power saving mode, the most extreme power saving mode on your phone or tablet. So from the top then, preparing to help people, researching homeless shelters and accommodation in your area. Check if there are dog-friendly shelters for homeless with dogs. Local authorities have an obligation to arrange these services, something called the Severe Weather Emergency Protocol. You can research that for your area. Usually the services are outsourced to charities and churches and things. But find out what's available and offer the help that way. Like I wrote here, Google is your friend when it's not being evil. But helping people more directly on a personal level. Offer to take them to shelters. Failing that, give them information about the shelters that are available. Ask if they have a phone and maybe offer to charge their phone for them. Whether you've got one of these... No, I haven't got it here. Is it in my pocket? Where have I left that then? Hold on. It might be in this pocket. Here we go. Whether you've got one of these cigarette lighter on your car to USB port adapters, or whether you've got something like an EcoFlow or a Bluetti or a Jackery at one of these so-called power stations, something like that where you could charge their phone for them so they can stay in touch or call for help in an emergency if they get really stuck. Items of use to folks who won't go to a shelter or won't or can't for whatever reason. Hot warm food and drinks. Water. People forget water. Water's not always easy to come by when you're homeless. Can be a struggle, as I'm entirely reliant on people bringing me water at the minute. When they turn the foot wash pumps off in winter, I got nothing, and this last year I couldn't get there anyway because disabled dog and everything. But water is something people forget. Like I just said, ready to eat food. So sandwiches or if you can, like, either cook them or get them a pizza or some pies or offer to buy them a bag of fish and chips or something. Tins of food that are ring pull that are just ready to eat. Plastic or wooden cutlery I mentioned already. Hygiene products. People that are homeless struggle for this stuff. Wet wipes, hand sanitizer, feminine hygiene products for the ladies, toothpaste and toothbrush. Soap, flannel and towel I think I already mentioned. Plastic pouches, freezer bag type things or Ziploc bags for ID or other important documents. In a severe storm, blankets or waterproof survival sleeping bags, waterproof clothing, outer gear, ponchos, cagoules, waterproof trousers. Anything like that would be of use to someone who's literally stuck out in a storm. Tarpaulins, tarps, or maybe if your pockets are deep enough, a cheap tent. I'm sure that B&M or I don't know the name of the other. Have we still got Poundland? Poundland still exists, folks. I know Wilco's gone, hasn't it? But but maybe cheap tents, something like that, or if you're going to give them tarpaulin, a bit of cordage, rope, paracord, bank line, or maybe just some strong string, so they could make an ad hoc shelter. Anything like that would be of help to someone who's stuck out in a storm, if they really can't go to a shelter. Obviously, going to a shelter would be the best option, but some people can't, some people won't. So yeah, waterproof covers, tents, tarps, things like that. But if it's a tarp, then they're going to need some cordage, some kind of rope or string, something to help string the tarp up so they can make some kind of shelter. Dry, warm clothes, and we'll start with the easy stuff, the basic, cheap stuff. Thick socks, preferably long in winter. But multiple pairs if you are going to do this. If anyone out there is in a position to go and help somebody, at least 2 pairs, maybe 3 of long, thick socks. So that it's one to wear, one to dry, and one to have ready to put on if they get wet again. Lost my place. It scrolled on me. It scrolled. Thermal vests or t-shirts. Maybe even a set of long johns, if anybody remembers long johns. There we go. Farmer was just typing it it just came up as I was saying it. Maybe sweatpants or jumpers, hoodies, sweaters you might call them for the jumpers. Yeah, not everybody uses the word jumpers apparently. Who knew? But yeah, sweaters or hoodies, hats, scarves, or snoods. I've gone on multiple times about my snoods. Where was I? Hats, scarves, snoods, gloves, folks. Waterproof if possible. You could easily put together for 20 or 30 pounds, dollars, euros. You could put together kind of a small kit for somebody that needed it. I'm not suggesting that everybody goes out and starts helping 20 people, but if you find that one guy or lady nearby and just put together a little care package. You don't have to get them everything in this list. Pick something. If you get a few items together and go out looking for someone, or if you find someone, talk to them, find what they need, and then go get and come back later that day with it or the next day. There's lots of ideas. You don't have to get everybody everything. You don't bankrupt yourself buying a grand's worth of equipment for multiple people. So what I've wrote here, whether you donate directly to the homeless people or to the shelters or churches, etc., it's up to you. But stay safe. Try to do it before the weather gets real bad, or before circumstances get really bad, and don't go alone. The homeless can be unpredictable for various reasons, as I said before. Addiction issues, psychiatric or psychological issues. Some of them just don't trust people. Well, let's face it, some of them are just fucking criminals. If you walk up with a bag and say, hey, do you want 2 or 3 of these? They'll take the bag. Be careful. Don't go alone. I know this, I've met a few homeless people in my travels. I'm stationary, but you know what I mean. They can be unpredictable. But at the same time, don't be naive and assume everybody's a nice guy. But at the same time, don't assume everyone's a wrong 'un. It's a balancing act. Like I said, importantly, only spend what you can afford. But the list got some good suggestions, and I'll either put it up as some kind of article, maybe a YouTube post, or maybe I'll clip this video afterwards, or maybe I'll just sit down and do a whole other video on the topic. But start with the basics: socks, gloves, hat, scarf, or snood. Build from there if you're in a position to do this, if you're in a position to help somebody. But I just find it incomprehensible that supposedly first world countries in the Western first world countries, have got people living on their streets, and don't get too political, but prioritizing others rather than their own citizens. I'm not going to go off on that one, but that's... We got ex-servicemen, PTSD sufferers, a lot of them, or other mental issues, which the mental issues can lead to the substance issues, can't they? To the drug issues. It's incomprehensible to me that we've got... that the problem exists at all is bad enough, but that it's such a large problem. And if I turn to my own circumstances for a moment, I've literally had the head of the local welfare department here, and they've done nothing for me except get me arrested and give me a criminal record. I don't know, folks. That was the topic I wanted to talk about. No, I don't want to go on about it in too much depth, but if anybody there is in a position to help somebody, if you've got that guy at the end of the road or in the field around the corner, if there's a guy in a tent, say hello and ask, do you need anything? What can I get you? Have you got enough bedding? How about a jumper? Do you need a coat? Now, what you don't want to do is just turn up with a bag of stuff and just throw it down. I've got... I think when I moved tents this last time, I had somewhere between 8 and 10 jackets, because people don't ask, they just dump. I'll come back from somewhere, from walking the dog or something, and there'll be a carrier bag, a shopping bag, or a bin bag, and it's blankets and coats, and I had 3 survival sleeping bags. 3! I don't use it. I'm here under multiple quilts and blankets and things. But I had so much stuff I was able to give it. I've been helping other homeless guys because I've got so much stuff here. We talked a while back about whether or not I should just call a local, either a charity shop or a homeless shelter, and say, look, I've got too much. Bring your van and come and get some of it. I still might do that. Maybe when we switch to the next tent. I'm hoping this one's going to see me through winter. And if it does actually, well, I was going to say spring and summer shouldn't be a problem. Spring can be rough on the weather. But when I say winter, I mean through that bad weather. If I get through that, what's left standing here should get me through summer, shouldn't it? So I might hold this tent in reserve for next winter if I'm still here. But yeah, if I was to contact a homeless shelter and say, look, bring your van, fill your boots, I don't think they'd have much use for the Queen Anne chair, for the big... Not sure, folks. But no, I've been thinking about doing a list of these things for a while, but I guess that this big... I still can't remember the name of it. I'm going to call it Storm Gorilla because it's the nearest word I can get lodged in my head. Have you ever had someone tell you their name and it's just not a word? It's not a word you've ever heard before. You have absolutely no way of remembering that name. I mean, you know I'm fairly bad on meeting people and getting names anyway. But Goretti. I got to look it back up again. Look, I've every time I can't remember it, I go back to Google, and it's just there in this. Okay, now it's not in this. There it is. Goretti. How am I going to remember that? Starts with gorilla, ends in like cigarette. Oh, it is cigarette. Goretti. All right, I got it now. I got the mental hook. Now that I'm never going to need that name ever again, I've now got it. Just drop the C from cigarette and stick an Italian sounding I on the end. There you go. I did it live in front of you. I now have that memorized. In 20 years' time, I might still know that. That's how my head works. A basic first aid kit, yeah, stuff like that. In fact, the burn gel suggestion's a good one because way back, when Damien got me the little camp stove, the one that the camping gas stove. It's not actually camping gas, but you know the kind of thing I mean. What I found was it had just this little weak adjuster turning the flame up and down. I found I was getting little blisters on my hand, and it took me ages to work out what it was. But it was only on the right hand, and it was only here between the middle finger and thumb, along the top, at the back of the hand. And what I worked out it was in the end, when I was adjusting the guy, well, turning it on, and little droplets of the liquid gas were coming out, and they were catching and landing, but they were so little that I wasn't feeling them or sensing them. But I ended up getting little pustules, little actual blisters. So Damien brought me a burn a spray on burn cream thing. So that's a good idea. So yeah, hello Marie. I don't think I said hello when you arrived. I was mid rant. I was in full swing. Did you say that the date was set wrong on the stream as well? When I noticed that the time was set for midnight, even though I'd set it earlier to 10. I'd set it for 10 p.m. But you seem to indicate I set it for today and 10 p.m. But I saw that when you first posted the very first message in the stream, probably before I even went live, you posted that the date was wrong. I didn't notice that, but it's entirely possible. Roger got given 2 good blankets today. Really nice. That is nice. If you need them, and if people ask, do you need them? It was set for the 22nd. Really? How? When you're setting the date, it defaults to tomorrow for some reason. It defaults to the next date, and I always move it back that one, and the very next thing that pops up is a clock for you to set the time, the hours and the minutes. So date, hours, minutes. And it fucked them all up. It blanked them off at some point. And I didn't notice until 10 o'clock. I come here to go live and noticed that the date and time were. I noticed that the time was set for midnight. I presumed it was tomorrow's date, but I didn't pay any attention. I just went in and I had to go through that step, date, hour, minutes, and set it. That's annoying. Bizarre. How did YouTube fuck that up? I don't understand how they get it. There's no way that, I mean, how would you click? I couldn't have clicked, when you're looking at a monthly calendar and you've got the, how could I possibly click? How far away is 12 days? It's 2 lines down and 5 days over. And in fact, at the end of the week, it'd be the 3rd line down and at the beginning of the week. No idea, folks. There's no way that I clicked that wrong. There's just no. I got three entries wrong. The date, the hour, and the separate screens. They're separate pop-ups, separate. I did not enter three sets of data. Well, no. I guess there would be 3 data, technically, wouldn't there? But I didn't get 3 items wrong. That's just ridiculous. So cheers to YouTube for fucking that up. That's why I sat here for the first 2 minutes talking to myself. There was nobody else here. And after about 6 minutes, when I actually decided, right, we better kick off, I think there's still only 4 people here. That's going to have held the stream back. The numbers are going to be low all the way through now, which is a shame. Channel was just starting to pick up a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. So did we all survive? All you that are over in Britain, how was it? Did it hit you? Did you get snow? Did you get the strong winds? Who's in the affected areas? I guess half the country are in the snow or heavy rain affected areas, aren't they? The wind, I think, was only the southwest. Devon, Cornwall kind of area. Nottinghamshire got quite a lot of Nottinghamshire and Birmingham area as well, I think, got quite heavy snow. I think I saw last night Newcastle was one of the first areas to start reporting that they'd got snow, which totally broke all the models, all of the all the forecast models were for it moving up from the southwest to the northeast, kind of, and suddenly Newcastle's got snow on the ground before anybody else. This was just according to people in chat on a live stream I was watching. A bloke called the Funky Prepper. Now he's a little bit, how would you put it? He's a little bit pessimistic, a little bit over the top. It's always the end of the world. He's a bit like the Canadian Prepper, if you've ever watched him. It's World War III every second week. Just icy in Cumbria, says UK Richie. Just icy. They were talking at one point about like an ice storm, like hailstorm. Okay, now I've got to get technical on you, haven't I? Are we aware that you only get hailstones in summer? Those little balls of ice, those pellets of ice that fall in winter, that you think are hailstone, when you get snow and hail and sleet and all that all at once, and you get the frozen balls that bounce off the ground. Technically, those are not hailstones. Hailstones only happen. I think I've done this one at length in the past, so you might all know this already. So hailstones are formed by rain starts to fall and gets carried back up by warm air rising, and then falls again. And each time it does it, you've got a frozen ball getting carried back up, getting moist, more moisture attached, and repeating that, and you get concentric shells. So if you cut a hailstone in half, you can see each ring like tree rings. Whereas what falls in winter is rain that falls, hits colder air, freezes, and hits the ground. And it's a single event. So that's just one frozen raindrop, effectively. If you cut it in half, if you could, it doesn't have the concentric rings. So technically, hailstone is only the one with the concentric rings. But they were warning that this kind of ice storm could happen in place and could cause severe damage to property and stuff. But today I haven't heard anything about anything like that in the reports that I've seen or read. Nobody else got anything to report bad weather-wise, and nobody's trundling through knee-deep. Roger is fogged in. Wow, okay. That's in Spain somewhere. I can never remember. Somewhere near Seville, was it? Down south somewhere. My Spanish geography is not the best, my friend. Because I haven't been anywhere. I haven't done anything. I've just been stuck in a field in Torrevieja. I know, roughly speaking, the names of some places. I don't know, 20 miles either side of where I am. and that's about it. I might be able to have a stab at finding Valencia, Barcelona, and Madrid on a map, and that'd be about it. Um, Alicante, maybe I could have a stab at. Oh, I was looking at something. We've got a solar eclipse coming later this year, but it misses us. Um, Valencia, I think, is in the partial eclipse zone. You got to go a little bit. Hold on. No, I got that wrong. Alicante, I think, is in the partial zone. Valencia is in the not total, but close to the total path, I think. Um, I'd always wanted to see one of those, but I guess I'm going to miss that unless I start walking now. Yeah, it's a shame. Fogged in. And are you cold as well, Roger? I guess you are. Concrete building, no heat. It's not going to be great. Although you've got new blankets now, so that's good. If you're around here, I've got a sack full of them that I could have lent you or given you, as we were just discussing some moments ago. Am I? Do you know what? I haven't done, and you all should do the live chat thing. All messages. Change your chat settings. I've now got to scroll back and see whether I've missed anything. So far, it doesn't look like it. Oh, Farmer is powdered neosporin. I've got neosporin. Is that an antiseptic, antibiotic? Not sure. We don't really hand them around. I see people in America naming different drugs and just going off and buying them. Most of our strong stuff you need prescriptions for. Long johns are fantastic. That was a good comment. That was just as I was saying it, wasn't it? Roger put his stuff on power saving for the first time yesterday. Seems to work. The one from my video, or maybe you didn't see the video. So you've got the basic one where you just click the battery, or you can long press into it, and that bottom setting has to be activated for the maximum power saving. Hold on, David said yes I did, and I don't know what that was in response to. Fabrizio, love beans. Unfortunately, they produce enough gas to supply the whole of England. Tom, I think I said hello when you arrived. Tommy Tombstone. Yeah, I don't think it's hidden any messages from me that it is now revealed. There was Zami in London. Whereabouts? I spent a bit of time in, on and around London once upon a time. I was down the southwest, Morden, South Wimbledon, Tooting Broadway. So yeah, I think I've got the. I don't think I've missed anything going back, but yeah, I should have said at the beginning to set that. Actually, not bad, but has been really cold. Yeah, yeah, we've had those nights down. We had 2 consecutive nights earlier this week that were down around 3 degrees. Last night was somewhere around 10, and I think tonight's going to be warmer. I think I saw 12, but I might be making that up. Let me check. It's 14 at the minute still, so that's not bad. It is going to fall down to 10. But it's not going to do that until 5 or 6 in the morning. So nighttime's nearly over by the time it gets cold. They keep changing their minds about what the weather's going to be tomorrow. Whether we're going to have full sun or mainly cloud. Okay, folks, let me have a swig of my coffee and we'll try and think of some more topics to talk about. Apologies. Like I said, the cup leaks around the, so I have to clamp my mouth. Instead of a little sip, I have to I have to lock on, clamp on. Sunday, as in 24 hours time. I haven't looked at the nighttime temperatures here for a while. Oh no, we're okay here. 8s, 9s and 10s for the next week. Allegedly. If you are talking about the upcoming week rather than the week that just went. Can't remember what night it was, but we did. I mean, Christmas always does this anyway. Christmas and New Year. Days merge. But I guess being homeless and not having anything to kind of get up for and get out and about for, whole weeks are just merging into one. I've got things that have happened this week. I couldn't tell you what day they happened. I couldn't even give you a guesstimate. When we had the two consecutive nights down around 3 degrees, I couldn't tell you whether that was last weekend, whether it was kind of Monday, Tuesday. Definitely wasn't the last couple of days. Last night was definitely warmer. The night before that, I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't have a clue. I know that we had... Well, I had my big struggle with power, didn't I? When was that? What day did I release the video saying, oh, thank fuck there's some sunshine? Let me go back, folks. I have to go now. I have to go to YouTube to see what day shit was. I won't go, I can't. I'll go into the YouTube studio, the analyticsy kind of area. When was my, there we go. It says 2 days, 13 hours ago I released it. Sunshine for a change. So 2.5 days ago. God, trying to do calculations. Would that be Tuesday dinner? Trying to do calculations on dates and times. It's tricky. Yeah, we had, basically we had, I think 4 days where there was no appreciable sunshine. Trying to eke out the power that I had and trying, when there wasn't even sunshine, but a brighter sky, a pause in the rain and a brighter sky. Trying to make sure that I eke out every little bit of that. And as I've said before, the EcoFlow needs a clear 15 or 16. I think the latest updates made it more difficult. I've seen it have 19 watts in and not be charging when nothing's taking power away. Nothing plugged in, nothing doing. So whatever it is, there's a threshold that you have to have. And you have to have that much clear. So if you've got something in, let's say you're on the threshold and it should be charging, but you've got something plugged in, like the light, that's taking 2 watts. Now it won't charge. So you've got to unplug the light to allow the EcoFlow to charge a little bit. And then it drops below that threshold because of a cloud or it's not as bright. And you've got 14 watts coming in, let's say. So you plug the tablet in. So now the tablet can be charging and taking all 14 watts, which is what it typically takes when it's not messing about. But then you've got to watch what's coming in. If suddenly you've got 20 watts coming in and you're using 14, you've only got 6 clear. It's not charging and you're letting those 6 watts go to waste. So unplug the tablet so the EcoFlow gets the full 20. I spent days massaging that shit because we had so little. We had entire days where it never got to the point of power going in to charge the EcoFlow. But I could take advantage of this USB pass-through where the small watts that are coming in are available to the other devices if the EcoFlow itself can't make use of them. So trying to keep my phone or tablet charged and using that hello Gary. So managing the devices, trying to eke out that power. That was a big deal. And it looks like partly that was this. That looks like it was last weekend and up to Monday, and it looks like Tuesday was when we finally got some proper sunshine, a day with actual sun in the sky and not a cloud in the sky. I don't think. My friend Anthony was here as well. He brought me breakfasts. He brought me a breakfast, I think one day this week, and then he left the country, I think it was yesterday, and stopped off and dropped me off a bag with odds and ends from their cupboards, and also cooked a plate of food. Kind of like a breakfast, but with some other odds and ends thrown on top. So there was bacon, egg, baked beans, but then there was these potato croquetas. Hold on. There was Gary arriving. Why does it say I can't donate to this country? Where does it say that? Can't donate. What, when, where? You have to have at least 17 volts, 5 over the battery to trigger the MPPT controller. This is different because the cell, I'm not sure, because the cells are 3.7 or whatever inside, aren't they? It seems to manage, as long as I've got, oh, hold on. The panel's 12 volts, isn't it? At nominal 12 volts, 18 open circuit, is it? I'm not sure what all of these numbers mean, but yeah, it tells me when there's anything above 9 watts inbound, it'll display, and I can take advantage of those to charge smaller devices if there's not enough for the EcoFlow. Yeah, when there's not full sun, yeah. But we sometimes had brightness, you'd get the sun trying to break through. Gary's got it pissing down with rain. Just had a damn murder up the road. That's not good. Another mafia hit. Can't wait to get home out of this place. Can't wait to get home. Remind me, where's home and where are you? And where are you at the minute? In YouTube, on the top, it says I can't donate to your country. Or are you in PayPal? I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, 5 volt USB is 5 volts. Some things which say they require 5 at 12 can run off 5. Yeah, I've been hearing stuff like that. I was surprised. I watched somebody make a project. Basically, they took one of these kind of cigarette lighter adapter things and connected it to, I think, a 9 volt battery. And it worked. Did I put this thing back in my pocket before? Yeah. Apparently, if you get a 9 volt battery and get your positive and negative, I think I got that the right way around. I think this is a positive, this is the negative. If you wire that to a 9 volt battery, it'll do whatever it's meant to do. Even though it's supposed to be stepping down 12 volts, isn't it? Down to 5. Let me put that back in my pocket before I lose it. I've already lost one in here. What have I got going on here? It's clinking away at me. Okay. Okay. Oh, mate. I don't know whether I'm allowed to stay or not. I won't until you tell me. Oh, yeah, South Africa. I do remember because of the hours. That's right. That was you. I Make sure your amps are sufficient. You're in South Africa, going home to Holland in February. South Africa, that's quite a kind of crime. Is it still like they used to call it the rape capital of Africa, didn't they? I'm not sure how bad it is. You've still got all the stuff going on with the white farmers getting. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're allowed to say on YouTube, so I won't say any more. But yeah, be careful with them 9-volt batteries. Oh, I tend not to mess about, and I just watch people online. Big Clive does a lot of that, harvesting the cells from vapes and recharging them. South Africa is a mess at the moment. It's been a long moment. When was Mandela arrested? 60 odd? Released what, in early 90? Maybe? Yeah, fairly sure it's January. His long walk to freedom. I think January or February 1990. And I think the place has been going backwards ever since. 94, was it really? I thought it was earlier than that. I'm fairly sure 90. Some say he died in 87. Is Winnie still alive? She had a football team that were assassins or something, didn't she? They were a personal hit squad, and she got imprisoned. But I don't know if she's still alive or not. I've got a feeling she's dead by now. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Still alive? Is she really? Okay. So she's not still in prison or anything then? Soweto, what's it? Southwestern Township? Something like that it stands for? Corruption? Oh, I'm sure there was something about a murder. There was murder plots and things. Something to do with a football team and it's a long time ago. My memory, I could be, maybe I've got the Mandela effect. I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong universe. How do I get back to my universe? I still say that little fucker on the Monopoly box had a monocle. Apparently he never did, but on one set of advertising in one place once, he was pictured with a monocle. Maybe by mistake or something. The last time, in the last universe, when I looked that one up, 2018 she died, but you don't remember that. You see, you've been Mandela effect. You're in the wrong universe as well. We need Doctor Who or somebody to, or Sliders. If you ever watch a Sliders TV show, going through portals between different parallel universes where everything's almost the same but not quite. One major change, and or maybe it's a Star Trek. What do they call it? The Dark Universe or whatever it's called. The Mirror Universe. I blame Captain Kirk. Right, let me get this thing finished. My coffee's going cold, and I've got another cup up there in a better insulated. A cup of coffee in a better insulated cup. I'm not doing very well at this drinking malarkey so far, am I? Give us a second, folks. I've got to reach. I've got to stretch. And of course, like anyone my age, when you've got to stretch or exert, there are always noises to go with it. Oh. Oh. There must have been a little bit of something in my cup when I made that cup of coffee. There's something at the back of my throat now. A particle of something or other. What the hell are you drinking? Just instant coffee. Hold on. We now have lizards which have 3 eyes. Do we really? I thought that was... Oh, that was a fish, wasn't it, on The Simpsons? Because of the nuclear power plant. Was it because of the nuclear power plant, or was it chemicals? Might have been because of Lisa and her environmental work. I walk under lights and they blow and... Oh, you're one of them. Who did I know could never keep a watch working for more than a week? Buy a new watch and it always just breaks. It just stops. And other things like that would happen. I did know somebody. Must have been someone I worked with somewhere. You walk past and they switch back on. I thought maybe you were the Highlander or something. It was the quickening. Can't wear digital... Okay, just like I was saying about can't wear digital watches. Is there anybody else out there? Everyone else has gone away. Let me just scroll. Duncan MacLeod. Oh, hold on. Which was the one in the film and which was in the TV series? Connor MacLeod. Wasn't it in the original in the film? Was it Connor? And Duncan MacLeod in the TV series. And they were cousins or something, or from the same tribe. The series was Duncan. Yeah, I enjoyed that TV series. I'm just going through the war. If you ever watched the War of the Worlds TV series from back around roughly the same time, the same bloke is in that in the second season, the second series of War of the Worlds. Tropical Heat, Speedboat. Was it a speedboat? Was that one? They're like detectives or cops or something, and they've got a speedboat. Maybe. If it wasn't the helicopter one. But I think speedboat. Don't remember. I remember watching some of these things, but I don't remember the details merge. I got to look it up now just to see whether I do remember it. I got to. The hottie with the, I was just gonna say, is it the one with the pretty girl with the red hair? Yeah, a bit like Gina Davis, but I gotta look now and see a picture because I'm like that. We'll be off in a minute about Airwolf and Knight Rider and stuff. That's right. DEA agent Nick Slaughter starts a detective agency. Let's have a quick look at cast. Carolyn Dunn. Never heard of her since. I've got no idea who any of these people are. I would have never recognized any of them in a million years. Oh, Rachel Weisz, however you pronounce her. There's a name I recognise. I wouldn't know her. I wouldn't know anything she's been in, but there's another name. That's about the only name that I've. There's nobody. God, there's a lot of people listed. Gee. That's one of those ones that maybe I'll download and have a reminisce about. I've got Street Hawk. Don't think I've got Knight Rider. I'm currently going through the Equalizer. I'm working my way through the Equalizer at the minute, the TV series. The A-Team MacGyver. Here we go again, folks. We have these conversations periodically. The reminiscing about TV series from when we were kids. Keen Eddie doesn't ring any bells. You know the butler in Magnum? He's a Texan. He's not even British. That was mind blown when I found that out. That was stunning. That was just total. Apparently, he got letters from people saying what a fine, upstanding British. He was doing the country proud and stuff. I think he's Texan. He's definitely American. I can't remember the character's name. Butler's not the right name. He was like the estate manager or something, wasn't he? Only Fools and Horses. You're Dutch, yeah? Or are you a Brit that lives in Holland? Del Boy and Roger Lloyd Packer's Trigger and all that, and Rodney, wasn't it? Nicholas Lyndhurst? Yeah. Did you know that Magnum did a crossover, a double episode, a crossover with Murder, She Wrote? It's one of the cringiest things ever. One episode was on one series, and one episode was on the other. Oh, he's South African. South Africa. Okay. South African born. So how do you know all these programs then? Did they play regularly on Dutch TV? Jessica Fletcher, that was her. Angela Lansbury, was it? The actress. Bedknobs and Broomsticks and all that. BBC Prime, okay. That's a relatively recent thing, isn't it? Like last 10 or 15 years. You see how my mind works. Things are recent if they're yeah. I had that epiphany a little while ago that I was thinking, oh, the other year, just after I left uni, 5 or 10 years ago. No, it's like 30, isn't it? 31 years ago I started uni. 32 now if you go by the numbers numerically. Little Britain, that was a good one. Is this a conversation? Come on, folks, others join in. It looks like we're doing a TV 2007. Yeah, I told you it was recent. It's only 18 or 19 years ago. Anthony, hello, my friend. We were just talking about you earlier. This is Anthony that brought the breakfast the other day and the bag of goodies as he left the country yesterday, including a little bag of coins. Thank you for that, my friend. I didn't count it up, but looks to be north of 15 euros in there. So thank you. That's much appreciated. Always good to have ready cash. Yeah. Makes it easier for me to go out with the dog maybe and go and have a cup of coffee somewhere. Primetime TV in South Africa. Okay, folks, the discussion seems to be about classic, what we're going to say, 80s and 90s TV. We can maybe throw in the 70s as well. A bit of Blake Seven or proper real Doctor Who or something. This conversation does crop up fairly frequently, I think. Oh, I don't. Okay, I don't have money through YouTube. I'm not. What's the word? There is a word. I'm not. I don't qualify for the. I haven't got the vocabulary, folks. What's it called on YouTube? The super chats and super thanks and all of that. I don't have that. That's not enabled. I have a PayPal account which is linked. Usually I would have that linked at the top of chat, but at the minute, to be honest, I'm all right. No, I'm not monetized was the word I was struggling for some moments ago. I'm not monetized to receive money via YouTube or Google or any of that. I got a PayPal account, but I'm all right at the minute. I said at the start of the Christmas period that I got enough to get through Christmas and the New Year, and I've still got most of it. To be honest, I haven't spent most of it because we had such bad weather. I didn't go anywhere or do anything. I haven't even been shopping since, was it Christmas Eve or the day before Christmas Eve? I haven't been shopping since then. I've still got some of the Christmas veg. Some of it's going to be going off in the fridge probably. I need to sort through and see what's survived. I got a head of broccoli on there. There wasn't room in the fridge. That's on the floor. That looks fine still. Although it's going to be getting there now. I mean, it's over 2 weeks ago, isn't it? Yeah, the Blake 7 especially. BBC at the time was very, I mean, the technology wasn't there, but also their budgets. The BBC don't know what to do with sci-fi. They don't get it, they don't understand it, they don't appreciate it. Because the BBC is run by Oxford and Cambridge knobs, and old Etonians and all of that kind of, they've got no time for sci-fi. So even with things like Red Dwarf and modern Doctor Who, things are getting, things got wobbly again when it comes to those things. They lack the budget, they lack the interest, and yeah, the BBC and Sci-Fi. They did a TV program. Nobody will remember this but me. They did a TV series called Crime Traveller, which is a pun on time traveller, but going back. So I think that Michael French, he was called, wasn't he? The guy out of EastEnders, the pretty boy, one of the Wicks brothers. I think he was he the police, and he bumps into a woman whose father had built a time machine in a room, and after a crime had happened, they could jump back a certain amount of time and solve the crime. Not sure if they solved it or stopped it happening. Don't know. But that was a good one. But again, BBC and Sci-Fi, they just don't know what to do with it. No, Red Dwarf, the one with the guy with the H on his head, the hologram, Lister and Rimmer and the cat. Mr. Bean's his own program. Well, okay, there was Mr. Bean. There's also Blackadder. You want to go there? There's Blackadder. Was Ron Atkinson in Not the 9 o'clock news? I think so. But that's going, that would be 70s, would it? Not the 9 o'clock news? Possibly very early 80s? I don't know, folks. Where is everybody? Why is nobody else joining in with the reminiscence about... what? Hold on, I've got to scroll back. I've lost the plot somewhere. Oh, Mr. Bean, hold on. Was he in the... Was he in the Thin Blue Line? Not Thin Blue Line. There was a comedy. There was a police comedy series that he might have been in. Oh, gotta look it up. Look, gotta look it up. I want to say Thin Blue Line, but I think that's a more recent and more serious detective show. Richie, UK Richie, talk to me. Am I allowed to say? I don't know. I don't want to be. What am I looking for? I was thinking Thin Blue Line. Why are those pictures? No, TV series, you silly thing. TV show cast. There he is, indeed. Rowan Atkinson. I don't know. I don't know how I remember some of this stuff. Thin Blue Line. David Williams, Mandela Effect. I think he always was Williams. In my universe, anyway. From Little Britain and other things. He writes children's books now, doesn't he? Ramsey as in Gordon Ramsay. Is that where you're going with that one? Yeah, it's the Seagal thing. There was George Seagal, Seagal, the comedian, comedy actor. Isn't he in that? Is he still alive? He's in that. It's not called Happy Families or something. Modern Family or something. But Steven Seagal, I think he was always just Segal. Darren, hello, mate. How am I and Tina? We're fine, mate. We're fine. Especially now the warmer days have arrived and we've got some sunshine. She was a little nervy before because we had some fireworks going off, but she's settled. She's not even got her head under the covers anymore. She's just laying next to me. I think she's asleep. So I'm probably just waking her up by cuddling her. Hey, babe. Let me see that you're warm enough. Can I have a quick check that you're warm enough? Oh, yeah, you're lovely and warm. Oh, yeah. Toasty, toasty warm. Not too warm. Not too hot. There she is. I would put the camera on her, but the light would wake her up. I think she's all right. Blackadder, Thin Blue Line. I'm fairly sure it was in Not the 9 o'clock news, if you've ever seen that one. Don't think it's the kind of thing that gets repeated much, but most episodes are available on YouTube. And it was absolutely fantastic. So BBC One would have the 9 o'clock news, and BBC Two had a program called Not the 9 o'clock news. And when I would be 12 or so, 11, 12, parents always want to watch the 9 o'clock news. It's now moved to 10 o'clock everywhere, but it used to be the 9 o'clock news. And us kids, we always wanted to watch not the 9 o'clock news. So there was always competition, and this was before video recorders. before VHS was a thing, or at least before it was a widespread thing. Not the 9 o'clock news. If you're not familiar, folks, check it out. You can say anything. Okay, my friend. Well, thank you very much for the PayPal. But as I was saying at the time, absolutely not necessary. I'm fine. I'm happy to refund it if you want. I don't need it at the minute. Obviously, always nice to have a safety net, but I've got more than an adequate safety net at the minute. But thank you for the thought. Well, for the thought and the gesture and the actual donation, and a little fly just flew away. British comedy is tops. We have had some Come Dine With Me. Is that one of those reality things where they go to each other's houses? Like little dinner parties in each other's houses over the course of a week, a group of 4 or 5 people. Is that the one? It's not really my genre. Maybe that's not it. Yeah, I can never remember which way round Mr. Ramsey is. He's Scottish, but you never tell from his accent. My Family, yeah, that was a good one. That's Robert, Power to the People. What's he called? Robert Lindsay. And also from that snooker program that I can never remember the name of. I want to say Give Us a Break. One of the McGann brothers was the snooker player, and Robert Lindsay was the manager, the guy who did all the betting around. I want to say Give Us a Break. I have had this conversation in the past. Jack Attack jumped in and got the answer in the end, I think. That was back before I had a tablet and could look stuff up myself. Now that I've got a second device and can look stuff up. Where am I? Give us a break. I always get confused because of the Jim Davidson snooker game show thing. Give us a break. Give me a break. Give us a break. Comedy drama. Ah, there you go. Let's get the cast. It's got that guy that was out of Boone, but not Michael Elphick, the other one. David Dacre, that's the one I was just thinking of with Boone. Paul McGann was the snooker player. Robert Lindsay was the manager stroke gambler. Held the money. There we go, folks. I will remember some shite. Okay, I think we're losing the audience just talking about TV. Have we got any other topics, maybe? Let me scroll forward. I am a little bit back. The star of My Family really was the son, wasn't he? The ginger-haired bloke. Can't remember his name. Went on to be a detective on that Caribbean island, whatever that program's called. What is that program called? It had Danny John Jules in as well, the cat out of Red Dwarf. Oh, you see now this is... I don't even know if this series is still going. If I just type Danny John Jules, that'll probably get me there more quicker. Now look at that. That's all I had to do. Oh, that's images. Can I not just... I don't want image... Why is it on images? What's the program? Death in Paradise. That's what it's called. Murder in Paradise. Death in Paradise. Oh, and I went there. I went there not for him. That was an aside. That was me giving myself clues about something, wasn't it? What's the guy with the red hair called? What can I do? Movies and shows. Then I'll click on the show. Then I'll get the cast for the other one. Here it is. No, cast. There we go. That's the guy. Chris Marshall. Okay. I should have been able to remember that. I thought he was the star of My Family. My ancestors are from Britain. McHappy Camper. I've been watching your guitar performances. Been enjoying them. Okay, what turned you on about England? Beatles, Cream, Rolling Stones, the Animals and the Yardbirds. Okay. You don't look like you go back that far. I wouldn't have put you as much older than me. I mean, they're all great bands. I loved a lot of '60s music myself, even though, I mean, kind of my teenage years were the '80s. I was one of those guys that I guess I grew up listening to my mum's selection of music. So we didn't, in our house, we didn't watch like Top of the Pops and things until much later. I guess once we got into our mid-teens, or yeah. So from like between 7 and 13 or 14, we didn't have Top of the Pops, so we didn't get modern music. Yeah, no, I was Johnny Cash and Jim Reeves and Roy Orbison and Elvis and all of that good stuff. Gene Pitney, Buddy Holly. I could keep going. Gary's been watching about the schools in Britain. Oh, Abbey Road. Is that a comedy drama? I don't know if I've watched that one. There was one called Teachers that was an outright comedy. Well, I guess it was still a comedy drama. It had the guy in, what's he called? Andrew Lincoln, who went on to do the zombie thing in America. What's that called? The one with the guy with the baseball bat with the nail sticking out of it. Dead. Walking Dead. Oh, fuck. Do you see how my do you see how my brain works or doesn't work? I have to give myself clues to things that I don't know. How do you do that? How do I do that? I've got no idea. Gary loves the Beatles. Abbey Road, the Beatles. I didn't get it for a long time, the Beatles. Some of the songs, the catchier ones, yeah. You know, Love Me Do and all that. Just the plinky plonky ones. I didn't get how kind of revolutionary they were and how people who really appreciate music kind of split music history into before the Beatles and after the Beatles. That there's a, yeah, I don't know. Big Break, that was the Jim Davidson and John Virgo game show. And the last time I had this conversation, I was trying to remember a TV program about another comedy drama type thing about a guy playing cards and you know, a gambler, and it was called something like Big Deal, and the actor out of it was the voice of Mr. Ben, and I'm now not going to be able to remember his name. But the program was called Big Deal. The the wife out of it was called Sharon Deuce, the actress who played the wife. Don't think that's ever been repeated. It's quite a big it's quite a big deal at the time. I was about to say before I caught myself with the unintended the accidental overlap of the phrase. Accidental pun, unintended pun. Unintended but recognised, acknowledged pun. Even though I struggled to remember the word pun. Noel from That Game series. Oh, Deal or No Deal. That's the one with the 22 boxes, isn't it? Yeah. People are all idiots. People are all idiots. You pick one number and you stick to it. All that chopping and changing doesn't change the odds of anything. You might just keep, if you decide you're going to keep box number 22 or whatever it was, just stick to that. Just don't be messing about. And Noel went off on this big thing about, what do they call it, where you imagine something and you make it happen, where you kind of materialize it. They have a fancy word, but he became a believer in this mystical fucking woo-woo, like fucking crystals and all of that. There's a word when you think about something and you make it materialize. They have a word for it, and I'm not going to remember it. But it's all woo-woo. You saw the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan show. I think you're talking about the Beatles. Ed Sullivan show. I've never seen an episode of it. I've seen a clip because I think it was Elvis's big break, wasn't it? Golden Balls, I've never. That's presented. Is it Jasper Carrot? I don't think I've ever seen it. I might have seen clips of it. Jim Davidson was big break. Yeah, I think I said that. Jim Davidson and John Virgo. Was Willie Thorne ever on that? So John Virgo, that was a professional, was he just a presenter on there along with Jim, or did he actually do all the trick shots and things? I've got half a recollection of Willie Thorne being on there. Now Willie Thorne lived in the Torrevieja area at the end of his life, and died a few years back, penniless. He liked to bet. He liked to gamble on the horses, I think it was. Well, he liked to gamble, full stop. Oh, Nigella rocked everybody's boat. Nigella. She's still very bonny now. I mean, she's got that very breathy kind of personality, and it's all very controlled and yeah, very smooth. Didn't she married, was it one of the Saatchi and Saatchi blokes? And she was on the Colombian marching powder, wasn't she? Keep the weight down. Can you ask AI for a random topic? Yeah, of course. McHappy Camper, 40% Scottish. This is a thing that you Americans do, isn't it? Track what percentage of whatever you are. Do you dumpster dive? Well, I did when I was first homeless. Well, I have actually, literally. In Spain, there's kind of a tradition. They have communal bins, your dumpsters, as you might call them, and they have a tradition of people leaving things next to the bin, or on. It used to be on top of the bin. They used to have a flat lid. There used to be these big green things with a flat lid, and people would leave things either on the bin, hanging off a handle on the side, or on the floor next to the bin. So holiday makers, it's not like it's not touristy in that way, but people own holiday homes out here. So people come out on holiday, and when they go home, and their cupboards and their fridge have still got things in, they'll bag it up and put it in the vicinity of a bin. Um, I'm lucky. I get people bring me their remnants. Um, some people that I know that come regularly, others that are just nearby and just see the tent here and take pity on a on a poor tramp and come and help out. Um, I did used to. It took me a long time, but when we had the green ones with the flat lid, I did used to flip them open and check the different bags, and you could get a sense of what's in a bag from how it feels and smells and weight. You'd tell if a bag had like lots of babies' nappies in, or if it was full of cigarette ash, if someone's just emptied an ashtray in it. Nothing worse than finding some usable food that would have been great, but it's just covered in cigarette ash or next to babies' nappies. There used to be a bin up the top field. There's a park with 3 fields. There used to be 2 bins, one either side at the top. And there was one bin there that would regularly have a bag of cakes and or lots of bread, all in bags and stuff. And periodically I'd find like a party bag, like someone's had a party, and bags of crisps and snacks, corn snacks and what have you. And some of them would be full bags, some of them would be opened but either clipped shut or whatever, and it'd either be on the top, or sometimes it was in some other people, some bad fuckers. If someone left a bag near the bin, some people would pick it up and put it in the bin, even though it would have been usable. Now, if it's right on the top of the bin, looks like it hasn't been there long and doesn't have any detritus in it, and all the things inside the bag are either sealed or semi-sealed, I'd take stuff like that. I had some cracking finds. I had one my first Christmas here, maybe a week before Christmas. There was a whole bin bag of frozen food, ice creams and cornettos and tubs of ice cream, salmon. I made the most wonderful fish stew with salmon, and there was some kind of shellfish. I don't remember what now. Might have been cockles, might have been mussels. I had this pot over a. Oh, I didn't know what I didn't know this pot. I didn't know what it was made of. I thought it was metal, but it also looked like it could have been ceramic. I think it turned out it was like enamel of some description, but it couldn't take the heat of being over a direct flame. It was a pot that wanted to be in the oven, like a casserole, but putting it over a roaring fire directly in the flame. So as I'm finishing the it's going to be the most wonderful fish stew. And as I go to lift it off the rack that I had over the flames, crunch, and the whole side, all the way around with the handles and everything, came away from the bottom, and all the liquid just spilled out. Fortunately, all of the fish meat, the meat of the stew, stayed on the base. So I just had to find a way of getting the metal grill away from the fire, and rather than being I thought it was going to be like a 3-day stew. You know, the middle of winter, so it wasn't going to go off in the heat or anything. But I had to eat it all right there and right then. But I did have some fantastic finds, not just food as well, resources, things that you could use, clothes, shoes. The shoes that I was wearing when I left the friend's house, when I finally got kicked out and made truly homeless. So I was made homeless. A friend took me in for a few months, and then kind of outstayed my welcome. And the shoes I was wearing fell apart within the first week because I was doing so much walking, going around looking for things. And so I had we lost the connection there, folks. Sorry. I was just saying my shoes fell apart because of the amount of walking I was doing. So I had to walk around. I developed these routes walking around. I had two fixed routes where I would walk and walk and walk, going around bins, sometimes multiple times a day around both routes, looking for whatever. Sometimes I'd come home with a two Mercadona shopping bags, the king of shopping bags. I'd come home with 2 bags full of food. Sometimes there'd be no food. Pans, pots and pans. I didn't have any other pans, but I had 3 frying pans at one point. I've got 3 frying pans now, but I had no other pans. People throw away frying pans far more than they throw away other pans, it turns out. Picking up resources. I found somebody threw away 2 cases of protein drinks, proper pharmacy protein drinks, medical help protein drinks. I brought those home. I was drinking those things for almost a month. There was about 20 per layer, and there was 2 layers in each case, and I had 2 cases. I've told about the time that I found 2 shopping bags full of spirits and wine. Somebody was either leaving the country or somebody was getting on the wagon, and they were just by the nearest bin here. What was it? 2 or 3 weeks before my first Christmas in this field, a litre bottle of vodka next to the bin. About a third of it gone. So there was about a normal bottle's worth gone. Normal bottle's worth left. Made that last until New Year. So yeah, I've done my share of 6 packs and 8 packs and 10 packs of beer in a bin. Sometimes full, not even opened. Some people are crazy about expiry dates. Seems to be that the mentality is, when you're on the expiry date, if I eat that tomorrow, it's going to kill me. But I'm right on the last day today. I'm not eating it. If it's going to kill me tomorrow, I'm not eating it today. The friend I stayed with, she would literally not eat anything that was within 2 or 3 days of the expiry date. Like inside the expiry date, that last 2 or 3 days. For just that kind of logic. If on that date it's bad, I'm not eating it the day before. It's going to be half bad. It's the craziest fucking logic ever. But what can you do? You're in someone else's house, their rules. So yeah. I've got a TV that was next to the bin. That's where my television came from. It's where my electric fan came from. I didn't get this one. I found one previously, but that fell apart after a year or 18 months. But my friend Karen brought me this one. Tall, upright one that, moves around, does all of that. Well, it has the option of doing that. 3 speeds and a timer if you want to set a 1-hour timer. That came from a bin. Loads of stuff here is from bins. A lot of my blankets are from next to bins, from bags next to bins. One of these quilts was literally inside a bin, but right on the top, and nothing under it there was nothing manky or nasty directly under it. I think it was on top of a cardboard box, but inside. Brought it home. It actually got wet through on the way back, but left it out in the sun for, I think, 3 days. 2 days one side, 2 days the other is my general rule, to let ultraviolet and ozone do its disinfecting. But yeah, my Queen Anne chair here was next to a bin. Again, Karen and her husband brought that to me. So much. So much of what's here is from bins. So I haven't done it in ages because Tina wasn't mobile. Now we've got the chariot, but a lot of this end of Torrevieja where I am, a lot of it is hills, and she really struggles to get up them. So I don't know if we'll take that back up again. But yeah, it's surprising what some people throw away. I told the tale about they do these. They have a tradition of these Christmas cakes for Three Kings. I think it's for King's Day, and I got a almost whole cake. Many pizzas and hot dogs and things. Happy Camper. My mum loved big band music. Glenn Miller. Oh yeah, big band and swing and all that. Kind of the beginning of rock and roll, isn't it? Well, a precursor to the big band, jazz, and country all kind of merged together to form to start rock and roll and blues. Yeah, all of that. All of that. Roy Orbison. Yeah. I wasn't. I only knew the name Bo Diddley from. I said his name earlier. Buddy Holly. I don't actually know anything about Bo Diddley. Like Happy Camper's laughing at something, but I don't know. I don't know what that would have been. Remember a song called Talk Talk? No. Pink Floyd. I honestly don't. Pink Floyd never got me, or I never got them, or maybe I've just never heard enough of their stuff. I type like a talk. Lost me. Manifesting. That's what it's called. Yeah, that thinking and it'll happen. Yeah. I think I told a tale a few weeks ago of someone who wanted to be in music and wanted to meet a record producer. So they really thought about it, and we were walking down the street one day, and boom, there he was, the producer they wanted to meet. But it happened. It helped that they already lived in the same fucking city. I mean, you increase your odds quite a bit, yeah. Like if you want to meet a Hollywood film star or a Hollywood director, and you happen to live in LA, oh, think it through. No, just hang out in the fucking restaurants where they go and do all their deals. Yeah, if manifesting works, then it means that we're in a simulation and there's a feedback loop. In my humble opinion, it means that nothing's real. Timelines and multiverses again. We're back off on Mandela effect almost. Another brick in the wall. Was that them? All in all, you're just another brick. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. That's possibly the only one of those that I know then. It's a seductive notion, the manifesting thing. How is it different from prayer? Or spells? Or just thinking and wishing really hard? Nigella's curves, wow, that's a woman. She certainly is. And in her younger days even more so, yeah. The local markets throw away all the pies and confectionery at 8 p.m. I just go and grab those. They can't keep them by law. It's in some places, so you'd think that the same with supermarkets and things. You know, you'd think that you go at the bins next to the Mercadonas and what have you here. And no, it's not there. They have their own secure bins somewhere underneath, and they get taken away you know, they're in a private area and the bins go get them direct, and it avoids all the homeless crowding around all the bins and everything. Now, there was a bin I used to regularly on a Friday morning. Now, I obviously I wouldn't always be the one to get it, but 1 week in three, they'd have all the, oh, I can't remember what they call them in Spanish, but basically they're like pasties. The flat half moon ones. There is a word. Well, there's various words. There's a word for the thing. There's a word for a big one, and then there's another word for little ones, because that's how Spanish do words. But they have these half moon kind of, you know, semicircular pasties, and there'd be a bag there. I got a bag of 40 1 week. Other times there'd be 15 or 20. But somebody who worked either in a bakery or a restaurant or a bar, maybe a pub, made a batch, and at the end of the week they were throwing them away. And again, put them on top or to the side of, or down on top of a box that was by the bin. Oh, the Repsol garage here, the petrol station, gas station, if you must. They have a bakery section. They sell donuts and in-store baked bread. You know, it comes in frozen or whatever, or whatever on the wagon, and then gets baked in store, heated up and finished. They'll bake it for the last 5 minutes. We used to get there used to be a box by the bin, either a box or a bag, and inside would be all of the receipts, the till roll, things that people didn't want, or maybe even their copy of it, because things are computerized now. There'd be a bag full of that, but in amongst it would be all the donuts and some, you know, really nice chocolate donuts, and again there'd be sausage roll type things, but instead of sausage it'd be a salmon or a salmon paste. Yeah, used to get all sorts like that right here. Probably still could if I went delving. And the big Chino Bazaar throws a lot of stuff away in the bin at times, and you can go delving. I had a lot of stuff of that at one point. I don't do it anymore. I've become a professional YouTube beggar, a professional e-beggar, and I don't need to be rooting about it. They changed. Well, the big change. Let's be honest. The big change was when I said about those green bins with a flat lid and that were a reachable size. They went for these bigger, much deeper, much worse dome-shaped lids with a mechanism. So they're not easy to just lift. You're better off using the foot pedal type thing on the main side of the bin. There are flaps on the other side, but and you have to be stood on the curb to get any kind of purchase and reach in. And because they're bigger, they seem to be nastier on the inside, smellier and dirtier and less appealing. And unless they're full, you can't reach in. Yeah, it was a good question. The dumpster diving and then the local markets and shops. Yeah. McHappy Camper says echoes. Are you complaining about my audio quality, or are you naming a song? People throw away good stuff. Yeah, no, they do. It's incredible what people throw away. Like I said, my TV is in almost perfect working order. One of the bass speakers, I don't know, is that a woofer? I don't know my speaker terminology. You got woofers and tweeters, and I don't know. I imagine tweet sounds high pitched and woof sounds deep and bass. There's a slight rattle on one of the bass on one of the speakers on the bass, but it's infrequent. It's only when like there's an explosion or something on a film or something. But I keep the TV more as a joke than anything. Tramp with a TV. I haven't turned it on in 18 months. Guns. Medication, another word that I'm not sure whether I can say on YouTube. I call it sex toys. Some weird things, yeah. I just subbed Don't Kill Yourself Yet. I'll try not to, Red Hornet. Oh, some foods with the preservatives. I've said this often. White bread here, so they do a lot of like fresh loaves in the supermarket, and they got a machine that will slice them and things. But it's just bread. It's just an uncovered loaf. But the pan familiar, the family white slice loaf, does not go off. Does not go off. I had the remnants of one outside for over 6 months. No mould, no nothing. The ants didn't want it. The rats, nothing wanted it. Nothing took it. You can't feed it to the birds. You break it up and throw it on the floor, and a week later, the bits of bread that you threw on the floor are still there. No, that some things just never go off. Some of the sponge cake type things, America have got a certain name for one of them that I hear all the time in films that I've never tried. But they do something similar here in the supermarket. Not in the supermarket I go to here, but Lidl. Lidl, you don't pay per sponge cake. You get a bag and you just do like a pick and mix and you just shovel them into the bag. And when you get to the till, to the checkout, they just weigh them and you pay by the weight of whatever different types of cake you bought. I think I accidentally cheated once and I bought something, I shoveled something in that was, I didn't realise. The next time I came back, I saw that specific set of cakes were priced individually and I've just shoveled them into the... I didn't realise it was an accident, it wasn't deliberate. Accidents will happen. Don't put your individually priced cakes next to the kind of pick and mix, shovel them in the bag cakes. Would be the moral of that particular story. My mouth's getting a little dry and I'm still... What time are we on? I made this coffee, what, 9:30 my time, and it's now 12:15. I can't do the math. 2 3/4 hours maybe. Okay. Somewhere between warm and hot. It is still right up there. Almost hot. That's not bad. Nearly 3 hours in. And, well, since I made it. Okay, I've scrolled backwards by accident. How have I done that? Gary's acquired a TV as well. Always wrong with the damn cable. Okay. Some people will cut the cable thinking that it means no one else can use it. I've seen that a few times. It's almost malicious. I'm going to throw it. I don't want it. So I'll cut the cable so no one else can have it. Now, if it was dangerous and they were throwing it away and they were doing that, but now they've just cut the plug off. Or if it was, you'd cut it right at the next to the device if you wanted to make it so it couldn't be used easily. Panettone. What was that? That sounds like a cake, but it could be a speaker's brand. I've no idea. Maccabi Camper, catch you later, my friend. I don't know how long ago you said that. Let me just check. I am a little behind again. I'm about 10 minutes behind. You've probably gone already. Off to at the hospital for your wife. Catch you later, mate. I hope everything's okay. Maybe I've missed. Is there more backstory? Maybe I've missed something. I'm not sure. Apologies if I have. If I think really hard about meeting a black cat, then it happens. It helps that you own a black cat, I suppose. Yeah. So are you a believer in this then, Gary, from the way you're saying it? I'm kind of I'm not. I'm a little bit more science. If that works, then it means either there's a god, a controlling force, or we're in a simulation and the simulation changes depending on our thoughts, and that's I don't really like either of those prospects. I could do with a Spanish paella right now. You'd have to put a double L in there though, yeah. You get that y sound. An elderly Spanish gent with one of those stroller bags. I've got two of those stroller bags. The old lady shopping trolley tried to sell me one of those three massive bags of oranges. Um, yeah, sometimes they steal them from somewhere, don't they? And then try and convert convert their goods into money. Some people grow their own though. I mean, I'm not sure what the I'm not sure when they get picked off the tree, but they do. Yeah, potentially stolen fruit. I didn't want oranges that day. In England, you'll buy oranges like by the pound or half kilogram or something. You know, you're buying like four because how many oranges can you eat? But in Spain, they don't eat them. They 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 juice. So that was another thing. When I was in the bins, you'd find all the half oranges all kind of emptied out, all the flesh gone because of the dome that you use for crushing them, for juicing them with the flesh. Um, so yeah, they buy them by the kind of 2, 3, 5 kilogram bag. Um, when I used to come out here with the in-laws, with my wife and her parents, and we'd go to the market, and the Spanish never understood why the British were asking for kind of half a kilogram of oranges. You know, when they're selling them loose rather than in a string bag thing. The Spanish couldn't get their head around it because in our head you cut it into halves or quarters and you peel it and you're going to eat it like a segments or whatever. They don't do that. You'll find whole bags just full of the empty shell from the orange peel. Mike, you are a man who lives off the land. Not really. Here we go. Little Taco, are you really Turkish? Who's that to? Is that to me? Certainly not Turkish, no. Or is it the Torrevieja that's throwing you? Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. And I would be British. Pound cake, says Farmer for some unknown reason. Let me scroll. Strange, my dog won't drink the tap water. He only drinks certain bottled water, and strange also only toilet water because it gets cleaned with bleach daily. Dogs are funny. Mine will drink out of a puddle that's got horse shit in it. But if I leave nice clean water in a bowl too long, then she'll get funny about it. Still perfectly clear. It's just if I don't wash her bowl out every third or fourth day, she starts getting picky. 1:15 in South Africa. Yeah, you're. We had this conversation the other day, didn't we? That you're 1 hour ahead of me here. Let me just. Okay. I'm just looking at a notification. Farmer saying welcome to Gary and to Richie, UK Richie. Okay, Farmer's running through the whole list of people that are here. We're up to 17 thumbs ups. I didn't realise. Orange Press. Yeah, I was going for a juicer, but yeah, whatever. Okay, more of a I think from the looks of these, because of the way that it scrapes the inside of scrapes them clean. So not just being pressed for juice, they're taking the flesh as well, but grinding it as they do it. I mean, I don't know the details. I've never been a fresh orange juice kind of guy. To me, I mean, I can see why they buy so many oranges, because you get so little out of each bloody orange. So yeah, you have to go through about 10 just to get a glassful. You were on about familiar bread and cake in the US. Pan familiar here in Spain, I was on about, but probably the same for other places. I've seen YouTube videos about American bread. You crush it like that and it just springs back. It's like sponge. Yeah, like an actual sponge, the fabricated one that you would use like as a pan scrub or as a cleaning implement. Wash a car with, squeeze it and it just bounces back. That's American bread from what I can tell. Yeah. You spin it on the big nipple, that's the one. Yeah, yeah. I think have I caught up? I'm back up to date with myself. If I'm not mistaken. 2023. This is the case, yeah, indeed. Okay. I haven't had a swig of beer for a while. What have I got? I am two-fisted drinking again, folks. Got to do a good bit of double fisting. You're telling your own jokes now, folks. Whatever you thought that meant, that's your dirty mind, not mine. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I'm up to date. Unless I skipped some, I might have jumped. I don't think so. I think you guys slowed down. You guys slowed down, because I went off on a big. When the question about bin diving, I went off on a big one. I got behind, but I am back now. Yeah, I get in that thing again though, folks. With because I'm sat like this, but twisted like that, and then the arm out on chat. Maybe if I can maneuver myself around a little bit. Where is she? I don't want to put my hand on her. A little bit. You awake? I don't think you are. I don't think she's, folks. I think she's still asleep. If I can actually turn this way, then I won't be as twisted. I will still be, unless I can do it with my left hand. Tell you what I'm going to do, just in case. Maybe chat's missed some. I'll go top chat, live chat. No, that's everything. Okay, folks, 2.5 hours in, more or less, I think. Yeah, it started at 10 or thereabouts, and it's nearly 12. 2.5 hours in. It's weird. We did get that one disconnect, and sometimes the timer will just reset when you get disconnected and reconnect. But no, it's kept track properly this time, so that's a plus. What do we want to talk about next? Topics. Have I got any sciencey ones? What was I reading about earlier? Oh, it was an improvement in cell culture development, wasn't it? In modern treatments for like immunotherapy and certain cancer treatments involve taking your own cells and spinning up a new batch. You make a change to a few hundred of them, and then you multiply, and then you pump millions back into the original person. I was reading today that a company have found a way of so killer T cells was the main one that they've used for for pumping back into bodies to attack viruses or other bad cancers even within the body, turn the immune system on. But they struggle to replicate helper cells. So they're killer T cells and there are helper T cells. The killer ones will actually go in and do the killing, grab a rogue cell and bump it off. But the helper T cells remember like the fingerprint of multiple different rogue nasties. The killer T cells tend to be specialized for one type of nasty. But the helper cells remember, as it were, multiple bad things and then kind of signal to the killer T cells to go after the baddies. And this new process can churn these things out, many multiple times faster than previous processes. So we can see a massive uptick in immunotherapy and other type things where they'll take your cells and then replicate them and put them back in the body. And imagine being able to tweak the helper cells through something like CRISPR-Cas9 and set it to recognize many things. Let's say someone's had a cancer, but you also want to recognize if, I don't know, maybe AIDS or something, or other stuff, and COVID, I don't know, whatever. But you could set this one cell to remember multiple baddies and then replicate, and then pump millions of them into the billions, really, not millions, along with the killer T cells, and away you go. We could see a massive boost in the use of these immunotherapies and other tweaks to through these kinds of therapies, through cell replication. I thought that was interesting. What else we got, folks? What else we got? Oh, here we go. Farmers coming in with the jokes. A lady goes into a grocery and asks for cauliflower. Guy there says there's no cauliflower. Come back tomorrow. Lady comes back a few minutes later. Says I need cauliflower. Man says we're all out till tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have some more. Lady comes back a few minutes later and asks for cauliflower. Guy says, lady, you know there's broccoli. There's broccoli. And reading bread. Hold on. And how there's fucking cauliflower. Lady says there's no. What? Fucking cauliflower, guy says. And that's what I've been trying to tell you. I must be reading it wrong. You know how there's reading bread and how there's fucking cauliflower? No, there's not. Okay. There's no fucking cauliflower. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I get it. No fucking cauliflower. Yeah, I don't know. Something about the way I read it. It didn't compute. Too slow. And I just remembered I was about to crush the can. I have got, folks, the traditional tripod of beer cans. Just in case we go long. Just give us a second. I remembered not to crush the empty can, so the empty can can go at the back. And that light, farmer, that lantern, can... I'm slouching a bit too much. I wanted to switch to this side, but I didn't intend to slouch quite that much. I'm going to crick now in this side. The fuck is this? I'm getting old, folks. I'm getting old. I don't know if anyone's noticed. No. Well, when I saw this reading bread, I thought maybe it was a typo. I thought read was meant to be bread, and I was overthinking. I should have just read what was there. And then I saw the fuck in cauliflower, and I stumbled thinking it might have been a typo, meant to be fucking cauliflower. But no, okay. You know how there's reading bread and there's this in that, and there's fucking cauliflower, and then she says, "There's no fucking cauliflower. I've been trying to tell you that." Yeah, I get it. It computes now. Sometimes I'm a bit slow. Sometimes people tell me jokes and I just don't get them at all. This guy in a bar once, when I was young, 17 maybe, he was a carpenter, and he told this really, really long joke. You know, it went on for 10 minutes. And the punchline at the end was something about full bastard or half bastard. And I just, I don't know. Something about files, maybe. Files or rasps or something. Full bastard and half bastard. Don't know. Didn't compute at the time. Doesn't compute now because I'm not a practical woodworkery or metalworkery kind of guy. I basically am the least practical guy you'd ever meet. It amazes me what I've managed to cope with and achieve. Some of the adaptations and things that I've managed to keep going here. I've had a lot of help from people though. At times when I've had to attach tarpaulins and things, back when we were using ropes and tent pegs. Now I've got these big fuck off fierce grips, these big, you know, like washing up pegs that you squeeze at one end and they open, and like that, but on acid. Fuck off. All the strong winds that we've had all winter, I have not reseated this tarpaulin once. When we first put it on and we had lots of winds, stuff would move a bit. But once I've got the grips in the right place, holding onto the tent, holding onto the actual poles and gripping, I've not had to do that again. But before that, whenever I used ropes and cables and learn knots, fuck, I didn't know how to tie a knot, other than a simple overhand. Some of the stuff I can do now with the friction hitches and things, it's remarkable. I didn't know knots. I didn't know a knot from a hitch from a fucking whatever. Yeah. I remember tittering when the woodworking teacher told us to use the bastard file. You see, I still don't get it. Is it to do with the shapes of the holes and how rough the file is, or is it whether it's rough on one side or on both? I got no. But yeah, use the bastard file. Man, I was really bad at woodwork and metalwork at school. Really bad. Supposed to make this wooden fish kind of sculpture or whatever. Mine came out looking like a sperm whale. A bastard file has a smooth side. Okay. So what's a half bastard? Or is that just something that was part of the joke? I don't know. But the guy went, you know, this was one of these really, really long jokes that you stood there at the bar, and he's only telling me the joke. He's not telling the whole room. He's got that, and I'm there. It was last orders. I got my 2 pints in, as you do, and this was a pub where, you know, you'd have like a semi-lock in it. You stayed open about an hour longer than you should have. Well, you stayed in an hour longer than you should. So you'd get 2, some guys would get 3 beers at the end of the night. And I got this, so I'm 17, and I got this older bloke, white hair and everything, Jeff he was called, and he's telling me this joke and telling me 15 fucking minutes, and I'm like, come on, let's get to the punchline. And then he says it, and he's laughing and chuckling to himself, and I'm like, what? No, fuck, what do you say? I don't get it. I got no. Just like, oh fuck. Okay, you don't know woodwork. Okay, right. You use a brush to clean the file. That's something they told me. But yeah, I can imagine like the woodwork teachers tend to be older blokes they've done their time served. They're either retired or semi-retired, and yeah, you can imagine when they say when they use a word like bastard. I imagine schoolboys. Yeah, but then God, French is it venir to come, as in coming and going. But it got the same snicker, didn't it? It got the same laugh. Why am I saying snicker? I always have this argument with people. The word is snigger. It's a proper real word. Shut up. It's not snicker. Snicker is when you're trying not to say the proper real word because you think it might be mistaken for something else and might offend a certain other group. But a chortle is a snigger. Little problems, little minor mishaps, they're niggles. Americans won't say these words. They will not say snigger and they will not say niggles because it sounds like something else. Now, if you've said the real word multiple times, you're not going to worry about snigger versus snicker. I'm not going off on that rant again, though. You guys gone quiet on me again. Oh, the numbers are dropping. We're boring people, folks. Everyone's leaving. How's my hair looking? I combed it for the first time in a couple of days earlier. Still not too bad, is it? I'm for 57 and it's still... From here downwards, fuck off white. From here upwards, I think it's still more or less there, isn't it? It's still its proper real colour. I got accused of dyeing it about 13 years ago. Back when I think the white started here, and I got a little bit here, and then my hair was just normal colour. You're dyeing it! And people have been telling me since I was about 13 that I was going to go bald and that I was losing, that my hairline was receding. And maybe a little bit by now because I'm nearly 60, but it doesn't look too bad. 51 and have a Santa beard. Yeah, I know the feeling. I have somehow, I kept a little bit of colour in my tash just here, but it's uneven. It's all coloured except this bit here is white, or at least a lot lighter. So it looks unbalanced, uneven. I think I've got colour here, but I think this is from coffee dribbling down my chin. I just trimmed the tash a little bit this week because I found even when I was drinking out of a can, it was finding its way off the end of my chin. I think I mentioned in the last live stream, or one of the last live streams. But I think that the brown here is from coffee. I've stained my tash. Yeah, where are we going here? Okay. Is this an ice hockey joke? You're meant to think it's ice fishing, and I'm not going to read that out. Yeah, okay. Go on then, I will. Even though I've spoiled it all already. Guy starts making a hole in the ice, and he hears a voice. There are no fish under the ice. Sorry, it faded. It went away. He's like, I'll just ignore. He continues. Here's again. There are no fish under the ice. He's like, God, is that you? He continues. He's again. This is the arena manager. There are no fish under the ice. Yeah, you see, ice hockey's not a thing here. We don't have that. Oh, I guess we have ice rinks, ice skating. Do we? Do we still? We used to have one in Morecambe, and it got turned into a bingo parlour about... God, let me think. What year is this? Here we go again. We're 25 full years into this one, aren't we? Into this century. It might have been mid-80s or 90. Let's say 1990. So 10 years plus 20, 35 years ago, folks. So I told you it was recently changed to a... fuck. Where's my life gone? I want a do-over. Do you think I can manifest a do-over? Can we do something like Big or... oh, what's another one of those films? Those Body Swap or Do-Over or Travel Back into... Mary... Peggy Sue Got Married. That was a do-over film, wasn't it? I mean, it was a lady, but... Peggy Sue Got Married. That's one of those go back to your school days and start again kind of things. It's about the thrill of the chase. Is that the fishing? Ice fishing? Or is that ice hockey? Yeah, you guys do that, don't you? Up in Norway and Finland, Norway, Sweden and Finland, you do your ice hockey. I think the Swedish are more into their biathlon with their skiing and shooting. And I can never remember. Here we go. I just got to look something up, folks. My friend or former friend, I'm not sure. Not sure how I feel about him, but the Swedish biathlon, actually it's the world championship. Annually, he's in his hometown. City Island, I don't know how you... And when I see the name of the city, there we go, Östersund. That's it. The primary Swedish city for biathlon is Östersund. Don't know about the pronunciation, folks. That's as close as I get. You guys have those vowels that we don't have. Ooh, ah. Something like that. Ooh, and you put... well, Norwegians put a line through the O. Is it? No. One of you puts an umlaut above the O and one of you puts a line through it. That's about the only one of those. You've got dots and things above certain letters. What I'm saying is you don't just have 26 letters in your alphabet. That's him with the umlaut, the double dot thing over the O. I say umlaut because that's and Germans have that. I don't know if it's called the same in other countries. But yeah, that's where my former friend Christian is from. The guy who gets €800 a month in benefits and comes to me for help while I'm living in a fucking field. I could be bitter. I love his little doggy. I do love his little doggy. Akira. Looks like a fox. You have never seen a dog. I've seen other people that say that their dog's more like a fox, but their dog had a weird shaped tail or this. The dog, it looks like a fox. A little bit smaller, but could almost be Basil Brush. Hold on, It's a Wonderful Life. Oh, that was a do-over film, wasn't it? That was a do-over. Well, no. It was a view of what the rest of the world would have been like without you. Not quite a do-over. There's a few, I think there's a few of those. I can't remember them, but I know that there are. Nicolas Cage did one with, what was that pretty lady called? He did a Christmas-based one. He worked as like a tyre salesman, if I remember right. But he kind of followed the stock market and stuff, and he wanted to have a do-over and go do the stock market thing, and he did, and he became a millionaire. But he had children in the real world, and I think he was alone in the fantasy stockbrokery world, something like that. Nicolas Cage and what's she called? Is it something like Tierra Leone? What was? Oh, I don't know. Somebody tell me. I'm nowhere near. That name isn't right, but it sounds like it. How's about if I just type Tierra Leone, and I know it's wrong, and I don't know how I would spell it. And let's see whether Google can. Tia Leone. I wasn't that far off. That's her. Films. Where do I get films? Or do I type Nick Cage? They can't have done many together, can they? The Family Man. Tell me more. The story follows Jack Campbell, Nicolas Cage, a wealthy workaholic Wall Street. Okay, it's the other way around. He was a wealthy. Okay, in the real world, he was a wealthy and workaholic Wall Street executive. Gets a glimpse into an alternate life on Christmas morning. In the parallel reality, he's a humble suburban family man married to his college sweetheart, Kate Reynolds, played by, how am I pronouncing this? I'm going to go Tia Leone. Ah! It faded on me. The woman he left behind years ago to pursue his career. The family explores themes of love, family, and choices that define one's life. There we go. That's one of those look back, do over, you kind of get a glimpse into an alternate reality. Farmer's you've been watching Jack Attack too much. Have you found the same website he gets the jokes from? Here we go. Girl sees a general and asks him when was the last time he made love. General says 1865. Woman gasps, says, "My God, meet me in my room." They make love. Woman says, "You haven't forgotten, General." Says, "I hope not. It's only 21:30. Here we go. That's a military time joke. The 24-hour clock joke. Oh, 65 though. Now that would be 7:05. You got to go before 60, haven't you? There's only 60 minutes in an hour. Okay, Farmer, how long ago did you get there? With the 2 minutes ago. I was probably already there and reading. I'm going to claim I got there first. Marie's back to say good night and a question for you. Was Tina named before she came to you, or did you give her the name? Tina had been named by the family that I told you about how she knocked on someone's door. She was starving to death, kind of thing, and she knocked on someone's door with her head. And this family fostered her for a couple of weeks, get her fattened up a bit, get some food into her, but they couldn't keep her. They called her Albertina, Albertina. I still call her that sometimes when I'm telling her off. I did officially, on her doggy passport, she is now just Tina, rather than Albertina. So I officially renamed her just to Tina. We just shortened. I just didn't like that original name. It was too many syllables for a start. I can't even. Is that 4 or 5 syllables? Too many. I do have friends called Tina, multiple, and it just, I don't know, it just felt right. So I shortened it. She is officially Tina now, so it's not just me using a diminutive or a nickname for Albertina. But sometimes when I'm cursing at her when she does something really wrong, I will still shout at her and call her Albertina. But yeah, no, I don't know which way to answer. Um, she was kind of called Tina before, but I named her it. So yeah, it's Nicolas Cage, the nephew of Francis Ford. Oh, sorry. Good night, Marie. If you've gone already, hope you haven't gone already. A couple of minutes behind. Nicolas Cage, the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola, and the son-in-law of Elvis. Technically, he's a mad Elvis fan, isn't he? So he went and married the daughter. She's dead now, yeah, Lisa Marie. I believe so. I think I've got half a recollection of that. Probably in the last couple of years. Maybe the last 3 while I've been living in Field. I don't know. Mike, read comment before you say goodnight to Marie. Is there another comment? Okay, we got the love hearts. Okay, I'll read from the bottom, I'll read backwards. There was Tommy Tombstone saying goodnight, Marie. Oh, UK Richie, have I missed one? Okay, there. Got to head off soon. Good night, all. Good night, UK Richie, and thank you, my friend. If you do want the money back though, because honestly I don't need it right now. But let me know. I'm happy to refund. Yeah, like the other saying, good night, both of you, and have a good rest of your evening or morning. Where are you? You're heading for midnight back in the UK, aren't you? Farmer's gonna say, hold on, I don't see. This is another one of those sentences that could do with punctuation. I'm gonna say first. You watch the playback later. So I could read it as where you're claiming first and telling me to watch the playback, or you could be saying I'm going to say first you watch the playback later. Farmer thinks Jack Attack writes him himself. He's an intelligent bloke, pretty intelligent bloke. I'm not sure. There's too many for him to be writing them himself. He'd be a professional comedian or a professional comedy writer if he could write that many. Okay, I think I'm back. Oh, there was, yeah. Okay, that was the Tina question. Marie saying good night. Family Man movie, yeah, we got that. Farmer says it's only 21:30. That was the punchline to the 1865 joke. I'm there. This shoulder. We're coming from 3 hours, folks. Do you think we can make 4? Maybe. I got the full bladder thing going on though. These beers, when I do drink them, they are cold. I am running my fridge freezer at about -5 at the minute. I'm not sure why the beers aren't. Well, they're not actually frozen, like frozen solid, but they do have kind of ice crystals in them. I am going to have to go and visit the little boy's room. I am going to mute the microphone for obvious reasons. If I tilt the camera down a little bit though first. Is that Oscar? Oscar's off too. Goodbye, Oscar. Catch you later, mate. I'm going to hit the microphone, then I'm going to, what I'm going to do, I'm going to tilt it down. You might be able to catch the back of Tina's head while I'm gone, maybe. Give me 2 minutes, folks. Okay, folks, give me a second. I was a little more involved than I expected. Oh, hey, babe, I got you. I got you. Oh, where's all the different blankets? Here we go. Here's a blanket. Here's a quilt. Oh, here's another quilt. And here's a prettier blanket, just so it looks better. Okay, folks, I'm back. Yeah, like I said, that was a little more involved. I had to empty the receptacle afterwards. If I have to go again in an hour or so, I don't want to. Might be a rush. I might leave it too late. If I then have to start emptying bottles, that's no good. So to empty it now, so it's ready for next time. Who's there still? We probably lost a couple. She was just I think she was just below view, wasn't she? Whenever I move, she does move into my slot. I think she figures that's like the alpha position, and when I'm not here, she's going to challenge. She wants to be the alpha. She's now in charge of the pack. even though it's a pack of 2. So yeah, folks. As Farmar says, if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, it's appreciated. Always like to try and get to at least 20. Not just for vanity. Trying to grow the bloody channel. Slow going recently. Well, less slow going just really recently, but the last 6 months or last year have been slow going. YouTube's only been pushing my videos out to the people that are already subscribed. Can't dig a hole. Cliff top. Solid rock. Don't worry, it was only stand-up Joe anyway. What were we talking about? Oh, look at that, I just missed the 3-hour mark. What were we talking about before I rushed away? That was Oscar leaving, yeah. I don't want him back. I enjoy company on a Friday evening. Well, thank you, my friend. I've probably gone by now. I was a bit slow. I think that's... Was I away at that point? Or just slow to react? I'm often slow to react, folks. Often slow to... I had to amend my... God, today... So, I had the fuss with the creating the stream and the time and apparently the date being off by nearly 2 weeks. The time off by 2 hours and the date by 2 weeks. But from the moment I created the stream, 4 or 5 hours before it was due to go live, I thought I'll have a nap. And I put a trashy sci-fi AI generated... Man, they're bad. But I put a story on anyway, and I thought I'll be asleep within 10 minutes, and I got all curled up. And I was laid down, and Tina starts barking. Oh, what? And something and nothing, just somebody walking past or something. Oh, fuck off, Tina! I want a nap. I get back down, I'm just nodding off, and then she starts whimpering, and I'm like, what? We've just been for a walk before getting on the bed and settling down. So she shouldn't have needed a pee or a poo. When she came in, she laid on the floor there and she ate a bone that we had left over, and she was right next to her water. So I'm saying, drink some water. The bone, they're quite salty. They've got meat on still, and they can be quite salty. So she was right next to the bowl. She could have drunk as much water as she wanted. We're getting at bed, and within an hour, she's whimpering, and I didn't know what. And I thought she wanted to go out. I thought it was something, an emergency. She needed to go for. So I'm getting ready. I'm putting my shoes on. I get her off the bed, and she stops at the water bowl. What the fuck? She's been laying right next to it. Back into bed, lay down. Half an hour later, I'm just nodding off again, and off she goes again. I thought, I'm not going to get a fucking nap here, am I? And I didn't. No, I didn't get. I had those like micro naps. 30 seconds into the nap, and she goes off on one. Pain in the fucking ass. Sometimes she is. As much as I love her, I could strangle her sometimes. So yeah, things just didn't go right this afternoon. Just didn't go right. The last 2 days she's been a fucking nuisance, to be honest. Same kind of thing. Whimpering, and I've got no... If I can say water and she licks her lips, then chances are she wants... She didn't give me any of the signals. She just... I'm like, what do you need? Talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. Yeah, rock. Cliff top, mate. Cliff top. They're gradually managing to grind away at this road outside this track. That's gradually getting eaten away. When I say solid rock, it's kind of weathered. It does break up, and as all weathered surfaces will. I mean, that's how erosion works, isn't it? Solid big rock turns into lots of little rocks, turns into pebbles and stones and things over time. Um, but there are no cars going over the field to grind it up and dig it away. Um, I did have it wasn't a mattock and it wasn't a pickaxe, but I did have a tool like that at one point. But I never used it, and then I threw it away because it was taking up space and it never got used. And then you start thinking maybe I could do with that. What somebody needs to do, where this road is eroding at both sides, and then it's leaving because car wheels are a distance apart, but you're left with this crown in the middle of rock or lots of big stones, however you want to view it. I could have taken the pickaxe thing at the ground and take that crown away, and take the debris and use it to fill the ruts at either side. Because the number of cars that are hitting this crown in the middle, this crest in the middle of the road. I think I've told you before. There's one guy takes the stones off the rut and tries to fill some of these ruts, and there's a woman sees these stones in the ruts, and she throws them back out, thinking that they're going to pop up and damage her car. So you got these two neighbours who probably don't know that each is doing the other, and they're both wasting their time undoing each other's work. What can you do, folks? Subjects, topics, discussions. Oh yeah, somebody was going to use AI for a random topic to talk about. Did someone? Did I miss it? Did someone type one and I didn't realise? There were a couple of messages where I didn't get context, so it's always possible that I missed that. I don't even remember who it was that said, "Can I use AI to get a topic?" Can't find it now. It would be too far back. Uh, oh, shit. You still there, folks? Rotate. It's telling me off because the phone was in the wrong orientation. I keep getting messages from YouTube telling me that you can stream in both horizontal and vertical at the same time now. But I think I have to go into something that I don't have access to enable it. And I'm not sure I'm interested. No, it wasn't the lamp. In picking the tablet up, I caught the USB cable to the phone and dragged the phone and its stand off of the little no, it wasn't. It's not the lamp. The lamp's fine. It wasn't the lamp. Don't. Let's have a go. What would you ask AI? Random conversation topics. Can you just do it in the search box, or do you have to specifically go to an AI? I'll do it in the search box and see if we. Here we go. Here are a few. Okay. Were you guys all here when I used to do at the beginning of TrampCast proper? I used to do a getting to know you thing, and I took lots of questions from the internet, not from individuals, but just lists of questions. Oh, these are a bit. If you could have any superpower, what would it be and why? What's a fictional world you would want to live in for a day? I got no clue, mate. I'd need a week to think about it. If your life was turned into a sitcom, what would it be called? No idea. Any ideas, folks? What would you call it? If my life was a sitcom, what would you call it? It's a tragedy. I don't know. I'd call it Santander, I'm coming for you. No, these are trite. These are. Would you rather be a time traveler or a mind reader? No. Delta Mike. What was that? In Spain, on the plains where it rains. Let's call the comedy "Watch Out for the Lamp." Delta Mike's lampoons. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received? Don't stick it into crazy. Oh, here's one there. Okay, like this one, I think we can make something out of this. We can all have a go at this one. We can amend the question slightly as well if you want. What's the weirdest food combination you enjoy? We could just make that go with what's the weirdest food you enjoy if you prefer. Weirdest food combination or weirdest food that you enjoy. I've got loads of things that are, I don't know about weird, but they would be considered minority. Things like pickled eggs. I do love a good pickled egg. Um, Things you used to buy them in the pub. I'm going way back. I haven't seen them in a pub since late 80s or early 90s. Anchovies on bread, says Farmer. Um, I go with all the pickled stuff. There used to be people come around the pub on a Friday and a Saturday night, and they'd have a tray in front of them, slung, supported by kind of braces, suspenders, Americans might call them, suspended by straps, and they tell you winkles or pickles or cockles, basically little seafood. Some pickled, some just in brine. Any of the pickled ones. Cockles, winkles are little snails, yeah? Oh, I love whelks. They're like big snails, big as your fist. Um, Very rubbery. I love them. I love whelks, winkles, cockles. Mainly pickled though, pickled with a bit of salt on. Get that salt and vinegar effect. Any other weird food or weird food combinations? See, I love black pudding, which people on the other side of the pond don't seem to get. Blood sausage, they'd call it. Um, I don't know if Canada's the same, Farmer, but Americans don't eat any offal. They don't eat anything that's not the main meat from the animal. So things like liver and kidneys and heart and lungs and tongue. Tongue. I'll eat all of those. Some of them are illegal in America, I think. Don't think you're allowed to eat anything with lung in. I think that's why haggis is banned in America. I think it's because of the lung. Don't know. Can I think of any others? Anybody else got any suggestions? Anchovies on bread. anchovies are kind of the least fishy fish, aren't they? All you taste is salt and a kind of a meatiness. They put anchovies into a lot of food in Italy and Spain, not for fishiness, but just for a meatiness, for the so-called umami, which is a ridiculous non-word. Wasn't the first wasn't the first asteroid from outside the solar system called something very similar to umami? Umamaru or something. Umaru. These are non-words. Wedding in home where they had snails and they stunk. I think they didn't clean them with cornmeal. They eat to clean crap inside. Turned me off from ever trying. Snails. Snails, you can farm snails. You can just capture garden snails and breed them. You're supposed to, let's say you maintain them in a bucket or a tray or something for months, and they breed and they make more and more. But then you pick out the ones that you're going to eat, and you set them aside, and you don't feed them for 3 days, and so they purge themselves. They everything that's inside comes out, and then they're fine. Hannah likes spam sandwich. This is interesting. There's a chef online. He must be, from the look of him, he must be Hawaiian by descent, and he's always making spam this and spam that. Spam's big in Hawaii apparently, but not in a lot of other parts of America, from what I can gather. Obviously, it's known. What's it stand for? Spiced pork and ham, something like that. Yeah, people fry spam. We had it as it was a regular. What when I was in primary school, so from 5 to 11, um, once a week or once every 2 weeks, spam fritters. So the spam itself didn't get directly fried. It was in a batter and then fried. I wish they'd fried it slightly first and then battered it and re-fried it. That might have been more interesting. I kind of got bad memories of we'd all eat it, but we'd all think yuck. Wasn't really. It's not a pleasure. Now I will still eat it, but it's not one of the greatest pleasures in my life. Has anyone told you, Hannah? Don't spam me. I'm joking. Oh, we're down to just 4 people in the. Okay, we've really bored you all, haven't we? It's frightened them all away, folks. Okay, if that doesn't pick up, we'll end on 3.5, I guess, in about 11 or 12 minutes. Sometimes the counter just goes off and goes down like to 0 and clicks back up again, but if it's not moving in the next few minutes, it's going to be game over, I think, folks. Much as I love you all, I don't feel like sitting here just talking to nobody. You're seeing 19, I'm only seeing 18. But okay, I'll take 19. If we can get to 20, if anybody hasn't hit that button, apparently when you get to 20, the message goes out to a few more people. Cheers to those of you that are here. Now, the surprising thing, folks, is that you'll see from the counter, I don't think we've got above 10 or 11 at any point today. Mainly because of that issue with the timing and the messages not going out and what have you. But when I look at the stats afterwards, we'll have some like 200 views. So there's lots of people pop in just to see, I guess, to see the thumbnail listed, and they pop in to see what's what, and then they pop out again. Where's Jack Attack? He's probably lurking. Mike, no, I don't. There's no way he writes them. He's either getting them out of a book or a website. I favour the latter. Come on, Jack, give us the answer. I know you're out there, really. Is it just 3 of us in chat at the minute? Farmer, Hannah. Well, I'm not even in chat, am I? I'm here real. I'm telling you, all original. Some of them are too corny to be original. Jack attacked. I knew you were there, mate. How long you been lurking? So yeah, that was. What was the last one we did? Was that on Tuesday night when I got power? I think it was, wasn't it? I couldn't do Sunday. I had no power. I didn't have enough. Monday was still a struggle, so I don't think I did that. Tuesday we had the first bit of sun in 4 or 5 days. So I think I did on Tuesday night. Oh, the tablet. Remember my tablet going off? Turning off. Straight after the stream. Oh, I had a sudden realization. You remember I was panicking that like it might be totally dead. But you know the weird thing that I forgot, because I'm an idiot. The tablet had the SIM card. The fact that the stream was still going, even though the screen was off and I was trying to reboot it and restart it and it wasn't doing anything. If I had rebooted it or turned it off, the stream would have cut off. The stream was carrying on and I'm panicking about it not working. And I realised this afterwards and so I guessed that I mustn't have restarted it or turned it off at all. So I did the long press on the on-off button and I started just poking on the screen where I thought the reboot button might be, and then in the center of the screen where it comes up and says touch here to reboot, but I got nothing. So I took the SIM card removal tool and plinked the little drawer, and as soon as that came out, the tablet just rebooted. Well, not straight away. I took the SIM card out and put in the phone, and then the tablet rebooted. So the minute the SIM card's in the phone again, rather than the tablet. But yeah, no, that happened. That happened. That was a heart attack. But Farmer says your jokes are all original. Jack Attack says me know nothing. Farmer says laugh my ass off. Tell him don't be coy. Am I on? I am on all, yeah, all messages. Just check. I don't believe it for a minute. They're too corny, some of them. Not here, but for anyone who doesn't know, Jack Attack tells a lot of jokes over on Scruff Dog's Saturday night, mainly the Saturday night live stream on Scruff Dog's channel. For anyone who doesn't know, that's where a lot of us know each other from. A guy called BigClive.com, or his channel's called BigClive.com, he's Big Clive. And a member of his audience called Scruff Dog with a single F. SCRUFDOG. All one word. I have to think G or J. Scruff Dog. Dog is spelled with a G. Saturday night. What is it? 10:30? No. Clive's on at 10. Over on Twitch, isn't it? And when he finishes at roughly 11:30, Scruff Dog takes over. So a lot of us guys know each other from over on those other channels, and that's where Jack Attack tells all of his I'm going to say corny jokes, but a lot of pun and wordplay. All messages, yeah, no questionable messages will pass. Oh, don't start. We had a complaint about messages disappearing. But as far as I know, there was no moderator activity from our end. Don't know about whatever YouTube's built-in filters or YouTube AI or even human moderation teams might have done. But no. Original dad jokes, they kind of are. Except they might not actually be original. Okay, folks, I think we're going to wrap it up on the 3.5 hours, which is about 4 minutes. If we get a couple more viewers, if we can hover somewhere around the 10 mark, I might carry on for the extra half hour. The other day, where did we end? We ended on 3.5 or 3.75 hour, and it took a good 18 hours for YouTube to process or to do everything that they do. If we hit 4 hours, it takes them 15 minutes to 30 minutes to process the live chat replay and do all of the different what's the word I'm looking for? Resolutions, the different bit rates and resolutions that they make these things available in. Hit 4 hours, 20 minutes or so, and it's up and fully available. Stop at 3.5, and it takes 18 or so hours for them to get on top. But I need, I've got an itchy nose for a start. But I need topics, folks. I need topics, and these ones from Google weren't. I guess that weird food one wasn't too bad a question. Let me have another look, and maybe there are categories here. Here we go. What's something you're excited about in the future? Not in my future, but I'm excited about lots of things in terms of, like we were discussing the odd science topic before. I'm excited about some of the changes in science, technology, and healthcare that are on the horizon. If you were here a few weeks ago, I was ranting about graphene being a big disappointment in the last 20 odd years or more. And suddenly, we've got products appearing on the market that are graphene based. There's a solid state battery being unveiled at CES. What's it stand for? Computer Electronics Show? Consumer Electronics Show, which is in Las Vegas, if I remember correctly, every January. So there are some graphene based products that are was he just going? I was considering, we were down to like 5 viewers at one point. I was considering calling it quits. We were discussing whether to hang on for the 4 hours for the better processing, faster processing from YouTube. I guess we're on 9, so someone saying hello, Bella. What have I missed? Oh, okay. I thought it was my friend Bella. You're doing the hello beautiful thing. I'm with you. Bella, Bellissima, all of that. Was he just going, thinking about it? But I'm thinking of staying now. We're somewhere up and around 10, so he's just left. But we're not talking about it in public much. He didn't say anything all stream. He was lurking, so he might even still be lurking. So careful. The only thing he posted to say goodbye. That was his first post, as far as I saw. Where are we, folks? I was getting okay. I was reading one of these topics, wasn't I? What are you excited about for the future? What about you guys? Let's throw it back to you. Either personally, what have you got coming up in life that you're excited about, or just future for the world? What are you, science, technology, advancements, healthcare, anything? What are you excited about for the future? It's not a bad topic. I might have a look through that list. Rather than doing it live, I'll look through the list and pick out some questions for discussion points in the future. But if I sit here doing it live, I'll pick daft topics. Karen's excited she has no heating roll. Oh, okay. Oh, we need punctuation. I have no heating, full stop. Roll on Monday. Okay, now I got you. I was like, heating roll? What's a heating roll? I'm trying, but you gotta help me a little bit. I have no heating roll. No, you do. You have currently got no heating roll on Monday. Is that you got a plumber sorted? It's a message, not an essay. Yeah, but it's only a message if you have the thought, you put it down in text. I have to read the text and receive the same message you sent. Otherwise, we're playing Chinese whispers, or what the Americans call telephone. I don't know why we have different names for the same game. Well, it's not a message if what reaches here isn't what you started off with. I said, what's a fucking heating roll? I have no heating roll on Monday. Okay. Why have you not got a heating roll on Monday? Now I get it. I have no heating. Full stop. Roll on Monday. I'm not a mind reader. It's a message, not an essay. That's a fair point. Frank Nadobody, hello, my friend. How's life in northern Vermont? Extreme northern Vermont. You can't get any more northern and still be in Vermont. You can't get any more northern and still be in America, in the United States thereof. Warm again. Why am I doubting you? Canada is our closest friend. Isn't it only a few months ago you were threatening to invade? Well, not you personally, but himself. Man, he's distracted now, isn't he? He's managed to invade Venezuela, and now he's talking about Iceland again. He's a bit of a lad, isn't he? Yeah. Okay, I missed that one. Karen says it's the way you speak. Saying I'm reading it wrong. I butchered one of Fama's jokes earlier because I read it all wrong. Oh, the Minnesota thing. Yeah. Do we want to discuss the specifics of that? It leads into politics, which is very divisive. But yeah, I was watching. I was watching one of my favourite streamers analyse and reanalyse, and watching him watch other people analyse, and legal streamers as well. I've been, I watch it from multiple viewpoints, camera angles, people on the left, people on the right. I'm unsure on it, but it's probably too divisive to get stuck into. Yeah, I don't want to make it okay. Yeah. It's going to be 11 here on Tuesday. I have that to look forward to. 11 degrees. That's what you're looking forward to. Will that be that'll be warm? I haven't. Let me just have a look at your weather. I haven't. Let's have a look at the weather where Karen is. I won't. Don't worry. I'm not gonna. Oh, I can't. Let me copy and paste this somewhere so that I can come back to it. Where can I stick that? I've got a notes app, haven't I? Let me... I don't want to put it into there. I'll create a separate note for now and I'll merge across later. Just give me a second, folks. I haven't... Oh, shit, that's... Can I undo? There is an undo button somewhere. Where? Is it that button there? It is. I won't paste this plain text. I'll just paste. And hope... There we go. Bullet points and everything. Title. What am I going to call it? Random topics. Give us a second. I'm just going to do this. And then I can come out of that and go back to that. Google's still there. I'm not going to dox your location. Okay, currently 2 degrees feels like -2. I'm in the region, I'm not a specific location. Monday I've got 11 degrees for you. 8 degrees Tuesday. But these apps are all over the place. If I switch to a different app, you'll have a totally different weather setup. 20% chance of snow, drizzle, sleet, all at the same time. That's tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow morning until 10 o'clock. Oh, now even. Is it snowing now, Karen? I don't know. It could well be snowing right now where she is. Frank's above... You're in the north of Vermont. It's been above freezing. Lots of snow still on the ground. Okay. Yeah, like I said, divisive topic, the Minnesota thing. Yeah, you protect yourself, use your rights, but whether the other guy did or not. Yeah. Okay, so the topic was, if we go back, no, it's not snowing, okay. It was only a 20% chance this hour. Have you still got snow on the ground, Karen, or is it all gone? I've got a feeling it's all gone by now. You went 2 weeks -5 to -30 Celsius, and now you're above. And farmers in Canada, and it's 12 Celsius, +12. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't you be waist deep in snow building igloos? Yeah, if everything melts, you've got wet ground, and then it freezes again. The jet stream is indeed all messed up, which is what's caused all of this. It gone with the rain and wind. At least you survived. Hold on. I had a not a mnemonic, but I had a memory hook, didn't I? Gorette? Gorette. Was it Storm Gorette? I had gorilla in my head, and then I went with a sig. I went with a sig, not metaphor, but a sig pun or something. It's a fucking storm called. I'm gonna go Gorette. If I just type storm in here. Oh, Goretti. I forgot the E on the end. I got close though. It's not a word. There's no way I'm gonna remember that fucking word. Think cigarette. Drop the C. and stick an E on the end. Goretti. Like cigarette and goret. But near enough. What's the temperature in my tent? There we go. Which way up does this go? Blue is the cold. It is unbelievably right now. Is that 13 or 14? I'm going to call it 13 degrees. Positive. Yeah, I think I said that. Wasn't that the... It was 14 on the weather forecast said 14 when I started the TrampCast. When I started the Hangout. Let me get rid of that. 13 at the minute, according to the weather forecast. It's going to drop to 10, but not until 5 o'clock in the morning. But temperatures through the day at the minute, today was 20 degrees. Tomorrow's a bit cooler, we're down to 16. It's 16, 17s, 18s through the day for the next week. And 7, 8, 9 at night. So not too bad. The 3 degree stuff is all over, that's gone for now. It's a lot colder than usual at this time of year though. What the hell's it going to be like in February when it should be 3 degrees? I guess it all depends whether this... has anybody seen any kind of... like an overview of where we're at with this jet stream and the... It was a weakening, wasn't it, of the polar vortex or something. Normally, that low pressure keeps the jet stream up. We got some warm air up there, so that vortex weakened and now the jet stream could come lower down. I think that was the basic principle of where we're at. Has anybody heard, are they forecasting any kind of movement with it? Is it here to stay all winter? Is it here for a week or what? Where are we at? I haven't seen any mention of it. They're focusing on the specific events around, but they're not talking about the underlying cause anymore. Not that I've seen anyway. Admittedly, I forgot to go and look. My tent is probably warmer than Karen's house. Karen's, but maybe. That fridge box makes heat through the refrigeration cycle. It doesn't make heat, but it transfers it from inside the box to the outside of the box. This is true. Strong La Nina this winter. Yeah, I never did get the hang of El Nino and La Nina. These are what, South Pacific currents, which then cause effects to change all around the rest of the world. Somehow, warm water tides then affect air currents some way, somehow, by moving heat where it maybe shouldn't be, upsetting the balance, changing things. I don't know. I don't really pay attention. This is Karen. She says, I don't really pay attention to the weather forecast. They always get it wrong. This is true. This is why I switch between 3 different weather apps to try and take a... I use 2 mainly, but I have a third. If there's a split decision, I will... And if there's a split decision and it's important, I will revert... I will refer to the third... to the third judge. There's a weakening of the North Atlantic current which is affecting surface temperatures. Affecting them which way? This is what I don't know. This beer's gone down a lot faster than the first one, hasn't it? Then again, I did have 2 cups of coffee, didn't I? Is this... Whoops, sorry folks. Knocked you. I do still have some coffee here. After 4 hours, it's positively tepid. Still got some heat in it though, but it's not a lot. Let me put that up out the way, and so that in the morning I can easily grab both handles at once and make my breakfast coffee. I've been a little bit out of practice with the breakfast coffee. I've been out of the habit. It is only instant, but boiling the water and bringing it in and sitting here and supping on it for 2 or 3 hours. Somehow over Christmas that didn't really happen too much. Well, the weather. The weather. I wasn't going to stand there for 20 minutes waiting for water to boil. It's so cold. The water's so cold first thing in the morning. And when it's windy, it's going to take extra gas. It's not going to boil efficiently. So I just didn't. I had orange juice or orangeade or whatever Yeah, that was my morning drink. Third Judge Dredd. Well, if you could execute the other, what's the word? The other weather forecast apps, I'd let him. Okay, this is Frank. The mass of the Pacific Ocean drives our weather. It's warm. Odd how we haven't heard much on how the summer is affecting the southern hemisphere right now. What's weird, we normally, the Christmas headlines are usually about forest fires in Australia. I haven't heard of anything. Have there not been any? Has it not been super massively hot? I mean, I know it's the summer, but where's my? There are certain things that I don't view as news anymore. Hurricanes in Florida, or that area. Do you call it the Panhandle? Is that where that is? I know the Carolinas were hit, weren't they, this year? But that whole weather pattern, it's like it's predictable that come September or thereabouts, August, September, you're gonna have a hurricane in that region. So it's hardly news if you can predict, if you know it's going to happen. And forest fires in Australia at Christmas is it's on the same wavelength for me. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not meaning to belittle it or demean it in any way. It's just, if you know it's going to happen, it's kind of not news. It's the same California, power cuts and forest fires in summer. Now, this year was a little bit, last year now, was a little worse than usual, wasn't it? Something to do with blocking the water into your rivers so that there's no water available to fight the fires. Have we got that right? There's something like that. Diverting rivers or closing rivers, damming rivers, whatever it was. Forcing the water off into the sea. And so there was no water in the rivers to fight the fires. Was it to protect some kind of frog or something, or a newt or a lizard or something? God, my memory's getting bad, folks. It was something like that, wasn't it? They dammed a river, or they diverted water away in the sea, away from the river and into the sea, to protect the breeding grounds of a fish, maybe. That's my recollection. It's not my area of the world. I didn't pay that much attention. So, here's Frank again. Our sun is going to be ending its solar maximum within the next year or so. So there will be less energy absorbed by the Earth. People were worried that the solar maximum was going to be a problem in and of itself. Now people are worried that it's ending. I don't know. We did have quite a lot of CMEs, coronal mass ejections. The number of times this year that the news headlines have been Northern Lights seen as far south as, and then state the name of some place that they shouldn't be seen ordinarily. So when I was a kid, you had to go to the north of Scotland to see the Northern Lights, and even that was only very occasionally. Now, places in America, so the entirety, just for context, the entirety of the contiguous United States, the 48 that are all one lump, the entirety of that is further south than anywhere in Britain. So that means potentially anywhere in Britain could have seen Northern Lights. You didn't have to go to the north of Scotland and it was only once a decade. It was like every third week. They were predicting that you might be able to see them. That's interesting. I mean, okay, the solar maximum, lots of power and all of that, but I don't know. The weather wasn't great for the cricket, says Karen. There you go. I wouldn't know. I was going to say it's the wrong shaped ball, but it's not. It's a bat and a ball. I know nothing about it. Now California's getting too much rain. Dried hard ground. Yeah, it just runs off and. Oh, liquid. Okay, you're getting kind of liquefaction, and it's running off mudslides. I didn't know. I haven't heard that. They don't say put a shrimp on the barbie. That's kind of a myth. They call them prawns in Australia. Ah, reconnecting. Reconnecting. Look at this. The numbers are down again, folks. We're down to just 5. We're boring. Maybe we're boring people. Frank's not from Australia. I know he's not. Why did we get there? I won't bring Fosters. Australians don't drink Fosters. There's a great guy online. I don't know why his channel isn't bigger. Bit of a scratch. Croc Turnbull, all one word. Croc. He's like a real life Crocodile Dundee. He seems to be some kind of wildlife ranger or something for real, and yeah, he's hilarious. Especially taking the piss out of Americans, which he calls septics, which originally would have been Cockney rhyming slang for yank, septic tank, yank. But apparently Australia's adopted that as well now. They call Americans septics, and but he's funny. You know these clueless people that know nothing about the rest of the world and they ask dumb questions. You get like a 40-year-old who suddenly discovers that when the northern hemisphere's got summer, that they've got winter. Oh my god! And it's just so when it's Christmas here in winter, do you have Christmas in summer or do you wait 6 months? And you just get these fucking dumb questions. And he answers. He takes their video and he takes their like 4 or 5 questions, and intersperses his replies. And Croc Turnbull, give him a go. I don't know why did I bring that up. We were talking about Australia. Why were we talking about Australia? That was something Farmer said. Let me. I'm a bit behind again already. Okay, there was Farmer losing me with Australia. Oh, Foster's. That's what. Okay, Croc Turnbull did a thing about how Australians don't drink Foster's. It's not even brewed in Australia. I can't remember where he did say where it is. He walked into this huge, what we would call an off license in Britain, a huge place for buying booze, and he asked for Foster's. He couldn't find it, he had to ask. And the guy walks him all around and there's like 1 6-pack on the top shelf hidden in the back corner. Because Australians don't drink it. They couldn't give a Castlemaine 4X for Foster's. The Colorado is the river. Other states along its border are taking so much water from its watershed area that it's diverted from where it needs to be. Okay. That's Frank talking to Farmer. Just joking, mate. Keep it light. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Okay. You're only 2 behind, Mike. You're doing well. They do wear hats with corks on. They do. This guy doesn't. He's got that hat, or pretty similar. He hasn't got the corks, I don't think. But yeah, it's to keep the flies away. At the peak of summer, I presume. I could do with something like that here, maybe. Don't. Jack Attack. My mate failed his Aboriginal music exam. I asked him, did you redo it? Did you redo it? You have to work a little bit on the pronunciation there just to make it work. But I liked it. I liked it. If I'd extended the did you redo it? Might not have worked as well, but did you redo it? Nice. Cheers. I'm at the end of this second can, actually. Okay, folks. 3:56. Are we ending on the 4-hour mark, or are we keep going, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not against keeping going if there's people out there. I guess for the lurkers, I don't even think I did my introductory spiel today. Hold on. Garn from YouTube. Is Garn a person or a channel? What's a Garn? Always drank a particular Aussie beer. Garn. I don't know a Garn. There's an Irish bloke called something like Garron. I always think of Darren, but begin with a G, but it's got an O in there somewhere. There's another really funny channel, folks. Garron_music. Maybe just search Garron, Garron, I think. Garron Music. He's delicious. He says so all the time. Very funny. Excellent musician and singer. Does a lot of food reviews and he's kind of comedic as well. He's very, very funny. Check him out. Like I said, he's delicious. Garn is an epic Aussie comedian. Okay, I'll maybe check that out. What was I about to do? Oh, I've just crushed the can, haven't I? Farmer, you didn't remind me. I'm not supposed to crush the can. It's supposed to replace the empty, the full one that I pull out from under the tripod. We now don't have a tripod. We only have a bipod for this lamp. It could be attacking me at any time now. No crushing what I'm drinking, it's bottles. Yeah, there's no crushing bottles. Not unless you want to hurt yourself. Oh, look at that number. Is anyone else seeing that? We're down to just 4 viewers. 3! Fuck. There's 4 of us in chat. How are we on 3? What happened? Someone lose their internet connection. I got Karen, Frank, and Farmer. Are you the only 3 here? Plus me. Holy fuck, I was about to run into my spiel in case there was anybody back there that didn't know. People who lurk. Someone sees it on YouTube and clicks the link. Would like for the win. Only if you're why can I never remember his, her, its name? Day 365 of being a girl. I've almost got it. I had half a name in my head there and then it went. Dylan Mulvaney. There we go. Look at that. Fucking memory recall, folks. He hasn't even had it chopped off. How can he be doing day 365 as a girl? What is it, 2 years ago that whole Bud Light thing kicked off? And he's still not chopped it off. Farmer, there's not enough people here to be begging for them to hit the like and subscribe button. We're it. I think a couple of other people just arrived. But Aussie's best-selling beer is Great Northern Crisp. Never heard of that. They tanked the beer. The Dylan Mulvaney thing and the marketing campaign and the marketing manager. What she said, our customer base is too redneck, it's too working class. We want a new modern, we want the modern audience. Yeah, that always works out, doesn't it? That always works out. Jaguar Cars tried the same thing. For 2 years, they ran an advertising campaign that never showed a fucking car. You're a car company. You want to do an advert telling people to buy cars. In my humble opinion, I have got a business degree, but, you know, what do I know? I don't know, folks. We could border into politics here, which we probably don't want to go into, but the Dylan Mulvaney thing was epic, and it's massively fucking naive. The way that the marketing manager woman doubled the marketing director, vice president, however you call these things. Can you imagine if we in Britain named our management structure within company based on how the country's run, with a president and a vice president? We'd have what? A king. I'm the king of the company, and I'm the prince of marketing. I don't know. Weird one. Not my idea. I think I must have stolen that from somewhere way back. But it's an interesting concept. I'm the Duke of Sales. I don't know. Weird. So Bud Light for the win. That's Frank's drink of choice, and it's cheaper now than when he was 21. Is that what you're saying? Okay, Frank's hinting that he's got a birthday approaching, folks. Had to buy it. Okay, picked up a pack today because his birthday is the best before date. Had to buy it. There was Karen with a Northern Crisp. They tanked that beer, Frank. They tanked with their audience, doubling down and saying our current customers are a bit too. What? How did she put it? A bit too raw, a bit too working class. We're looking for a new, younger, dynamic, modern. I was going to say audience, but that's modern customer base. You know, it's like when films and computer games chase the modern audience. People on Twitter go, woohoo, yeah, great, woohoo, stick a rainbow flag on it. And then nobody buys it because those people don't buy those things. Great Northern Forex also. I've only ever heard of Castlemaine Forex. And that was because it was around the time that Paul Hogan was advertising. Wasn't he advertising Foster's back in the day? He was, because he did one. He did an advert in Britain that was. He's in the tube station somewhere in London, and there's a place called Cock Foster's. Can you tell me the way to Cock Foster's? And he just said, yeah, something like that. Karen always drank Bud Light in America. I drank whatever was on tap in whatever bar I was in. I was only there a couple of weeks. In Vermont, as it was, and the one next to it, New Hampshire. Best UK car company ever was TVR. Maybe. I'm trying to remember what some of the iconic. Was there a car called a TR7? Am I making that up? What was a TR7? That was like a, was it a fiberglass sports car? Would it have been a Triumph? Triumph TR7? TR7 car. No, it doesn't look like fiberglass. What's it made out of? Manufactured in the United Kingdom from September 74 to October 81 by British Leyland Motor Company. Was it really British Leyland? It was a Triumph TR7. Did I already say that? I asked the question. I thought it was a good looking car, but like most things made by British Leyland at the time. What did British Leyland rebrand as? British Leyland renamed sometime around that period. Rebrand or rebadge. Rebrand. I'm going to go with. Okay, it eventually became Rover. I wasn't thinking of that name, I was thinking of something else. Leyland became British Leyland, became Austin Rover. I think that's where I was going. Austin, and then just Rover Group. Acquired by BMW, who broke up the company and sold bits off all over the place. It's all a story and a half. But British manufacturing back then, 70s to 80s, wasn't well regarded, shall we say. I'm fairly modern if 80s is modern. I do this. Everything's recent. And then it's 30 or 40 years ago. Like in America. 4X. I only know Castlemaine 4X. TVR. I should have looked up TVR while I was there, shouldn't I? But I didn't. Hold on. Karen had a TVR. 3000M. Does that mean it was a 3-litre engine? Okay, most US best before dates on beer are between 90. Okay, so your birthday's not imminent, is what you're saying. Looks like a Datsun 270Z or Z on steroids. Does that look anything like a Datsun Cherry? I don't know cars. My dad had a Triumph. Literally, the car was just called a Triumph 2500. Didn't have. It's just that was the engine size. So didn't have a. So you got the mark, and you got the engine. There's no brand. There's no. On the gear stick, there was an overdrive or override button. There was a you push it forward to get a bit extra. Tommy Tombstone steps in. He says, "Oatmeal stroke porridge is unbeatable in the cold." How did we get there? I'm not disagreeing with you, Tom. I'm just wondering how we got there. Are you up to date? Are you check for the word live in the bottom left and a red dot. I'm not sure how we got there from British Leyland to porridge. Is this something that you've just been eating yourself right now? Maybe I've missed something. I don't see any previous post. Where are we? Good in the morning with frozen blueberries and honey as well, Tom. Any fruit. I'm happy with porridge and just a bit of sugar. I go with about a tablespoon per bowl. Sacrilege to some Scots who will tell you that you should just have, you should make it with water and you should just have salt. Morris, yeah, Morris Rover. Does anyone remember what was the princess? Was that a Morris? That was Morris Princess. The international audience might have a different name for some of these cars, or they might not have existed at all because they're not big and bulky like your American cars. Tom got honey, cinnamon and walnuts today. Yeah, as far as I can tell, Karen's had a few cars over the years. Ford were big in Britain, yeah. I don't know if they still are or not. What we're going to go with. There was a Ford Capri, the Ford Cortina, the Ford Granada. Those were a Ford Escort. Those are the big four from Ford, and the Transit van. As I understand things, America used the word van differently to Britain. So I got to be careful with my language, maybe. For us, a van is a big box that you put. It's for carrying cargo or work tools. I've seen Americans talk about a van and it's got multiple windows and about 8 seats in it, and I've got no idea how you use the word. Ford Motor had a great stake in British automakers. If it weren't for the British, Ford couldn't have beaten Ferrari. Was that the film that was big? Was that a year or two ago? Talking about food, I'm having bacon and pancakes for breakfast, says Karen. Oh. I think I've got bacon and eggs. I've got, talking about bread earlier that doesn't go off, I've got the remnants of a loaf here. I think I've got 3 slices. Tina went and bit into the fucking thing. I don't know where, a couple of days ago. I went outside, I don't know what I was doing. Making my coffee maybe. And I come back in and there's little shreds of plastic on the bed. See, like an idiot, I've made the mistake of leaving this 3 slices of bread in the bread bag, but on the edge of the bed here, because this is where I live, and therefore this is where I make sandwiches. She's nibbled in and she's taken a bite out of all three slices. Fucking dog. I say this, don't I, folks? I love her a bit, but sometimes I could fucking strangle her. Ford Transit was huge and now it's popular over here. I thought it would have been too small for Americans, unless you're using the same name for a different... I mean, we had like the Ford Escort van was like a smaller version, like a pint size Escort van. More like a pallet van. Don't know. You got the Transit over there. I bet you not got a Ford Capri though. That was a cool looking car. Looked like a sports car, but wasn't really. I could also rehash a conversation about Ford Escort XR and then a number and an I. whether it was an XR3i or XR4i. My girlfriend at the time, later my wife, had one of these Ford Escort cars that were really big and really popular at the time. But they were well known for just going through on the floor, would go through at the front. Rust, they would just rust through. Farmers trying to get through the evening without eating anything. Or anything at all, or anything more than what you've already had. Are you doing some sort of fasting? Is it a post-Christmas purge? Of course you did, Karen. Of course you did. We had a big American car, a Lincoln Continental. Eggs over easy. I don't flip my eggs. Cook them one way up. A little splash of water. Lid on, if your frying pan's got a lid, which mine doesn't. And the steam will cook the top for you without having to flip it over. An F-150, that's a pickup truck, yeah? Oh yeah, you wrote the word pickup afterwards. Okay, makes my comment redundant. Okay. Aluminium body. Roads are so much more open where I'm at. Except for when they're on the edge of a mountain. And there's a logger wagon coming down the hill at you. But think how much you could fit in the back, Karen. Mind you, when you've got Waitrose delivering for you, you don't need a pickup truck for your shopping. Oh, we're discussing pickups and cars that I've got no idea about. Now you see, there's another one where punctuation could reverse the sentence. No fasting, so not fasting, or no, comma, fasting. Stomach was feeling all right, so I said leave well enough alone. But Karen hit me with the bacon and pancakes. Yeah, but that was for a breakfast. You're nowhere near breakfast. Cry, you're probably, what is it there? 8 or 9 o'clock. Maybe not even that. 2 o'clock here. What are you? 8 hours behind me. 6 o'clock in the evening there, maybe. To guess. Oh, I'm not even taking into account. Oh, I don't know. I'm guessing. Boiled egg with soldiers. There you go. Toasted, yeah? You got to toast it before you cut it into soldiers. Americans don't even know what an egg cup is. They don't know what a soft-boiled egg is. I've literally been at someone's house. They had an egg cup in an ornamental cabinet, and they didn't know it was an egg cup. They just bought it as like a touristy thing. Yeah, I don't know. It was the most freaked out thing I've ever seen. Someone who's got an egg cup in an ornamental glass cabinet thing doesn't know that it's for putting eggs in. You wouldn't be able to reach the back of the boot. Toasted, plenty of salt. Yeah. And more talk about horsepower. Wasn't horsepower invented by, was it James Watt? It's one of the steam engine guys. Oh, here we go. Now we're talking about how long you boil your eggs for. And then how are you eating them, farmer? Oh, no, you're peeling. No, no, you don't peel a soft boiled egg. You sit it in an egg cup, you take a knife, you cut the top off, and then you take your toast and you cut it into strips, and you dip the strips into the soft boiled egg that's still in its shell, but just with the top cut off. Now, we can argue about whether you cut the little end off or whether you have it the other way up and cut the big end off. And this is basically the plot of Gulliver's Travels. Civil war in Lilliput about whether you're a big endian or a little endian. And computer programmers who wanted to make big numbers and had to use 2 bytes, 2 8-bit bytes to represent a big number, they argue about which end is the big number and which is the little. And you have this debate about big endian or little endian in different languages within computer programming. And it's all based on Lilliput and Gulliver's Travels. So eggs, Gulliver's Travels, computer programming, all in one theme. I am done with my tangents on that particular one. Peeling a soft-boiled egg. What are you playing at? No, 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 no. Possibly depends on the size of your eggs and whether you're taking them out of a cold fridge or whether you've just taken them out of the cupboard. I tell you what they don't have, Karen. Chocolate oranges. Terry's. It's not Terry's, it's mine. I watched an American in Britain. Someone gave him a chocolate orange. he tried to bite into it and said, "That's rubbish." Never been taught to smack it on the table and have the segments come off and eat the segments one at a time. It's not Terry's, it's mine. This is indeed. Very extravagant. Atari ST. Oh, I'm sure I knew a name once upon a time. Hello, Atari. Oh, guys, we were struggling to reach 4 hours and we're still going at nearly 4.5. The audience is so small, we could have done this on a, we could have done this as a, I was going to say a Skype message. Fuck, I'm dating myself now, aren't I? We do this on Messenger or the other one, the green one. All something? No. What's the green one called? WhatsApp. I didn't even get to the home screen to look. Slow recall sometimes. Is it still orange? The mint chocolate orange? I don't know that I've ever read that one. Hashtag Michael enters the conversation. Please do tell me if I get names wrong. Yeah, Farmer was trying not to eat anything tonight, and somehow the conversations devolved into what did we have? We had boiled eggs and how did we get from boiled eggs to chocolate orange? Oh, Karen asked if they had chocolate eggs. Um, uh, which ones was it? Cream eggs, yeah. British Leyland. That was a conversation back a bit. Yeah, how did we get from British Leyland to eggs and chocolates? Don't forget Lilliput. Big Endians and little Endians. Peeling a soft-boiled egg. What are you got doing? You don't peel a soft-boiled egg. You sit it in an egg cup and you chop the top off and then you dip your soldiers in. Heathens. Heathens, a lot of you. I've gone quiet. I've run out of things to say. If I keep going, I'll offend people. Do Canadians know what an egg cup is? I know Americans don't, but do Canadians? Do any of you guys over that side of the pond even know anybody who owns an egg cup? I'll be honest, I don't have any at the minute. But then I am a tramp living in a field, so you know. I could probably nip across to the Chino Bazaar and buy one tomorrow. I'd need someone to look after Tina for an hour because I've got no idea what's in that, where anything is in that shop. Leyland? How do we get to Leyland porridge? Oh, all the different topics. Soldiers, terrace chocolate, orange. Yeah, yeah. At least Leyland wasn't food, Farmer. That wasn't getting your stomach going and making you hungry. Oh, you see, we could you see you chop the small end off. Okay, wars have been fought over such things. Only in Lilliput, but yeah. See, this is where the conversation branched off suddenly into computer programming and how you represent large numbers in binary. Whether you're a little endian or a big endian. Hold on. Imagine what they were cooking during those protests. Which protests? Canadian trucker? Minnesota ice? British Leyland strikes? I'm not sure if I have an actual egg cup, but I can repurpose it an espresso cup and I know perfectly cut top. Karen has a Lurpak, the butter one with matching toast rack and butter dish. There you go. A single line of data. Are you talking about a record? One entry on the line is a field. The line is a record. An individual item is a datum. Datum and data. Data being the plural. If that's where you're going. What other terminology can I remember? what do you call it, where you're joining tables and oh, I've lost the term. It's like 10 or 15 years ago. Do you remember punch tape and data storage? I never experienced it. I'm aware of it. We were taught about it at school. We learnt about not just using computers, but we learnt about how they worked and how data was represented, how it was input, how it was output at different points in time. We learned about Boolean logic, just writing things. We did dry runs, dry runs in programming just on paper. Back when they taught things properly, you need your hair cutting. Fuck off. I do, probably, yeah. Maybe I just need it washing. I only washed it once in the last calendar year, and it was 18 months from when I'd previously washed it. You can't beat Lurpak on cold toast with a cup of tea. As long as your Lurpak's not on cold toast. Oh, I would say you've either got to do something to make sure it's well spreadable first, or put it on hot toast so the warmth of the toast melts it and makes it a bit more spreadable. Butter done wrong is gonna rip your bread apart. Oh, I see what you did there, farmer. Punch tape, and then after punch tape, they had ones where you just penciled in the, but like when you do lottery ticket, if that's still how they do it in the UK, you get a slip and you colour in. They do this in job applications and stuff where you're doing a multiple choice test. In fact, Americans do this with their, is it your SATs? Multiple choice section, and you're just colouring in blocks. You didn't need to actually punch, but then it went on to magnetic tape. Then what were they? 5 1/4 inch magnetic discs inside the paper sleeve. 5 1/4, then 3 1/2, 3 1/4 inside a plastic sleeve. And then where do we go from there? CD-ROMs and or pen drives, USB, probably around the same time as each other. CD and CDR and CDRW and DVD, DVD-R, DVD-RW. DVD-R record once, DVD-RW is rewritable using a blue ink, I believe, as one of the layers within the thing, and the laser changed the colour of the dots on, which is why you turn them and you could see a bluish hue as you reflected it. If I remember correctly, which I usually don't. Lithographic printer. Litho meaning stone, does it? Never, how did we get, so graphic, obviously you're making pictures or making marks. Litho. Yeah, I'm not sure how we get there. Lithographic printer and typesetters used punch tape. Yeah, back in the day, yeah. Unless you were just using an old machine still. Are you old? Can I, sorry, is that a bit rude? Are you old? Sorry. Maybe you were just working somewhere and they were using an old machine. Have I got? Let me check the roots of lithography. What have I got? I've got stone in my head, and I'm. If I go with litho prefix and we ask Google, stone or rock? Okay, so I wasn't way off. So how do we get lithography? Drawing with stones or on stones? I'm not. Lithography. Printing from a... Okay, so it just means flat surface, like table or tableau, or which is required for printing. Okay. Graphy to write, literally writing on stone. Let me just read a bit more, because obviously there's a gap in my knowledge and I don't like gaps in my knowledge. The original printing process used a flat polished limestone slab, invented in 1796 by someone with a name I couldn't begin to pronounce. Relies on the principle oil and water repel each other, allowing greasy images to be transferred from the stone to the paper. I'm not sure that makes sense to me. So what are we saying? You've got a flat stone, a flat surface, you put water on it, then you put your image on in some kind of oil-based ink, and then you press the paper on, I guess. It doesn't say that, but that would be my... Yeah, because the oil, if the ink was oil-based, it would sit on top of the water. I'm guessing. There was a minus and a plus. Oh God, yeah. And double layer on the same side. The laser could focus at different depths and all of that. Yeah, you had different formats, and age is relative. It is. What is old? You can't. No, shush. Old is how you feel, not a time basis. Time doesn't exist. I think science is deciding. There is no such thing as time. Or at least there's no one specific time. Said this before about photographs, haven't I? A photograph, the image on the photograph never ever existed. All of the different things on a photograph that are at different distances, that light came from a different time period to any other element on the picture. So the picture is a representation of the light reaching this point now, but each photon set off at a different time when it bounced off whatever from over there, from over here, from there, from there. That picture never existed. The thing that picture shows was never exactly that. I'm gibbering. Yeah, using the principle oil and water heating each other, repelling, control. I'm not sure about emulsification. Do they? Is it? Emulsification is when you mix oil and something that it shouldn't normally mix with, yeah, such as water. Give us a clue. DFB 81. Is this? What would your longer handle be? YouTube have changed the way they display names, so maybe I'm just not recognizing DFB 81 as a thing. But no problem about not seeing me for a while. That's no. I'm just sat here gibbering in a field, you know. Tom's had a lovely supper, and now he can hear the pillow calling. Is that you off then, Tom? Catch you later, mate. Catch you later. Folks, where are we? 4:39. This cold beer is going through me a little bit now. Happy to carry on, but I will indeed give her a hug on your part, but who are you? Do I know you just as DFB without the random letters or without the random numbers, sorry? Or is there a longer name? Is there a proper name? The display in chat just says DFB81, which I'm not entirely recognising. You broke the seal, now it's flowing. This is always the way, isn't it? It's always the same down the pub. The first 3 or 4 pints go down nicely. Then pretty soon, you're running to the loo once for each pint. And by the end of the night, you're going to the loo twice for each pint. There's the mystery. Who is DFB? What's that? It's like, does anybody remember Hong Kong Phooey? It was kind of a piss take of not a detective show, but a mystery show, where the announcer would say those things. I live in Spain. Mike knows me. DFB. Hong Kong Phooey, quicker than the human. Yeah, Hong Kong Phooey. He knows me not personally though. We got a mystery. DFB. What am I just not connecting the dots quick enough? I don't know. DFB lives in Spain. I got a feeling that you would have had a different handle before YouTube changed how they display. You've got a short name and a longer name usually for your YouTube membership, and they've switched to using the short name. DFB. He knows me, but not personally. It's a mystery. Terry says hello all. Okay. Make sure all messages. Oh yeah. The chat settings for display all messages rather than top messages. I'm just going to nip to the loo, folks. I'm going to mute the microphone for obvious reasons, even though it's at the other side of the tent. But I will be back in. Let's have a look, folks. Can you hear me again? It's a mystery. Wasn't that Toya Wilcox? It's a mystery. Oh, I haven't cleansed. I didn't last time either, did I? Let's get some soapy water on the job. Quick wipe around. Pause. Give it a minute or two. Oh, I can't. I'll have to wipe it on the towel now. Sorry, babe. I'm not laying on you. I'm not. Am I? I might be. Sorry, babe. Hey, girl. You awake now? Did I wake you up? It was an accident. It was an accident. You're going to talk to the peoples with me. Auntie Karen's there. I know you won't see her, but I can show you. Let's have a look. Let me get in the bed, darling. No, I got that wrong. I got that wrong. Where's my blanket? Here's my main blanket. Here we go. Now you wonder it. Stay under the blanket. And these big ones on top. Whoa. I'm going to drag that off onto the floor again. And then this nice pretty one on top. Okay folks, I'm back. I'm back with you properly. Hands cleansed and everything. Thanks for acknowledging my welcome and hallowing your previous welcoming. It was, okay, Karen's saying yes to Toya. I think that's what she's saying yes to. There's a Tari, no, Farmer saying. Okay, all of that, yeah. Frank and Farmer are discussing, I don't know, something about being in a box, no? As was JFL, just fucking lovely. AIO, all in order. That was when things were going well. Tom, okay. This is like snafu, yeah? We're discussing phrases for when things have gone wrong. I got you. I'm catching up now. I'm catching up on catching on. I haven't got any such phrases myself. Never really talked to other people. I sat at my computer and chunted to myself, even when there were other people in the room around me, like in my business, in the office. We were all just in one office, plenty of room. But I would be chuntering to myself. What you see is what you get. Absolutely. I remember before word processors were what you see is what you got. Fubar, fucked up beyond all recognition, yeah. Snafu, situation normal, all fouled up. In computing, we had RTFM, read the fine manual. F wasn't fine, but yeah. Lots of acronyms. But yeah, I remember before Word, was it Word Perfect and stuff before that? I used Lotus 123 as a spreadsheet, and it was all kind of DOS based. It was all just keyboard shortcuts. /W /worksheet global format, let's say. So /WGF, and then you'd enter stuff and do stuff. I think it was Word Perfect before Word, and it wasn't WYSIWYG. You'd put these control codes in like caret B for bold, and then I think, how did it go? Was it B caret and then caret B? So caret is the hat, the circumflex. But there was these control codes anyway. You'd hit, I think you hit Control B and it put those codes in. So it's basically indicating this is going to be bold, starting here, ending there. And you had to hit a separate key to get a preview of what it would look like after. And then when we got Word, which was DOS based, and then later on when Windows 3.1 I think it was 3.11, might have been 3.1. You got Word for Windows, as it was called, later abbreviated to WinWord, or maybe that was the command that you ran. Problem exists between keyboard and chair, yeah. Yeah. CLS. I thought it just stood for clear screen. I didn't know the lateral. Go sub, that's running a subroutine. Go to a subroutine. Like go to, it was just to jump to a separate block of code. In basic and similar variants. Word for Windows was 3.11, okay. Which was the one with work groups? Was that 3.11? Was that Windows for work groups? These are all way, way back in time, folks. Who can remember half of it? Frank wrote so many papers on WordPerfect on DOS, yeah. So we scroll. Okay, I'm caught up. For once, I'm all caught up with charts. Well done, me. Have you lot just changed the language? I think Windows for Workgroups was before NT, wasn't it? NT stood for, was it Next Technology or New Technology? I think New or Next. And ran in parallel. It was supposed to be the next big thing, and then it ran in parallel with Windows, with the original version forever. Probably up to Millennium. What was the order? Win 95, Win 98, 95, 98. Millennium and then XP? Something like that. Network, was it really? Network, really? Oh, that's, okay. Oh, that would explain the work groups thing then, if that's right. Clive Sinclair, those were the days. ZX81 and Spectrum, and then what did he do after that? That silly car thing, the C5. Wasn't that the end of him? Didn't he become kind of a laughing stock at that point? Don't know what year that was, the Sinclair C5, but it was a horrendous idea to be out on the roads that low to the ground in a single seater buggy thing that had no roof. Man, no. Karen's friend, of course, Karen. Of course you had a friend that had one. Oh, man. Windows 95 was such a departure from the Windows before. I did like Program Manager on the old before. So no taskbar or whatever. You just minimized your program down to the bottom of the screen. Especially the MDI programs, the multiple document interface programs, where within the program you could have multiple documents open and they would minimize to the bottom of their window. So you've got a program and you've got multiple documents within it that each just minimize down to an icon at the bottom. I liked it. And the old file manager that was two panels side by, well, it was, you had a folder and a file pane in each one. Were they side by side or one under the other? I think you could arrange either. But I liked it. The fact that you could, if you had something, you could drag it from one pane or panel to the other to move files. Actually better than File Explorer, than the, what's it called? File Explorer, isn't it, in Windows subsequently. So File Manager and then File Explorer. But File Explorer didn't do that multi-pane, multi-panel thing. You had folders and files, but you didn't have two of them. Even got that now on my phone with Total Commander. Scrolling back to the bottom, DFB, my first one was Commodore. Where do I start? So we had this TV game thing called a Philips G7000 that had you could program on it, but the keyboard was too slow. Friend had a Spectrum, and then, have I got this the right way around it? No, ZX81 and then a Spectrum. Then we got an Amstrad CPC 6128. Amstrad, you see, after Clive Sinclair, Alan Sugar kind of took over, didn't he, at the base level of computing. There was the CPC variants, Color Personal Computer, maybe? Amstrad. So Amstrad stood for Alan Michael Sugar Trading. That was kind of his initials on the beginning of the word trading, Amstrad. And then the computers were CPC for the home computing version, CPC 464 and 6128, I think. Definitely 6128. I think 464 for the other. And then there was the word processing variants, the PCW. I can't remember the numbers, but the word processing one was definitely PCW something or other. Those were his two lines, only using off-the-shelf parts, basically bankrupt stock that he bought was what he made the computers out of. Karen thinks it was 89 for the Sinclair C5. Maybe. Oh, Task Manager. Somebody's garage. He's online. He's got his own channel. White hair and beard. Dave. I think the channel's called Dave's Garage. Dave's Garage, as I would say, but garage if you must. I'm sure Karen says garage. Dave's Garage. He's the guy that invented Task Manager. Where's... Oh, that's my... That looked too big to be my tablet. Let me just double check that. Dave. It is... I'm fairly sure he's called Dave. If I just type Dave's Garage... Not Dave's Garage Doors. Fuck. Dave's Garage Gaylord. How did we get there? That's not... I'm going to have to add extra words. No, there. Okay, he's not as... His hair's not as white as I thought it was. Well, his beard is. That's an earlier picture. He's getting there. Windows history, Windows versus Linux comparisons. Oh, Linux. There's a topic. Arduino projects, shop projects, ESP32. I'm not sure what. I've seen that somewhere, but I don't know what that is. Task Manager, 30 years later, the secrets you never knew. Okay, he's just done another video on it. 11th of November 2025. He trots that out every 6 months or so because he was the guy who programmed it. It started as a personal project. It wasn't even an official company thing. Oh, the IBM PS2s. PS2. What do I remember there? Mine was a 386 SX? No. Was it the 486s that had the SX and the DX, was it? Did that signify the maths coprocessor? Which was on all of them, but was disabled on the cheaper version. The chip had the maths coprocessor built on, but some of them would be faulty and not work, and so they would cut them off and make it just be the one without the maths coprocessor. And others, they just cut it off anyway because you didn't pay enough. So they didn't let you have the functionality was there on the chip. I think I'm remembering this right, but yeah, the functionality was there on the chip, but because you didn't pay enough, they basically sabotaged it so you couldn't use it. People call Alan Sugar a barrowman. They do. So a barrow boy, so a barrow, wheelbarrow. It's a thing that goes on around on wheels. On a market stall, a barrow, it's a market stall but on wheels. So it's only got wheels at one end. You pick up the other end and you push it and you take it to the street market or wherever. Drop down, that's you in place. Your barrow's in place, your market stall's in place, and yeah. And he's from that kind of, I was going to say Tottenham. Is Tottenham really a region? There was I had the name of a road there and it's gone. I bought a suit in London for a job interview on the morning of like an hour before the job interview. What street would it be on? I was in that area, for fuck's sake. It's 3 words. The name of the road is 3 words. Anyway, it's not going to come to me, is it? But yeah, Alan Sugar. He's from that kind of, I'm going to say Tottenham area, but Tottenham doesn't, it's not, I don't think it's a place. Frank is still holding on to an IBM T30 laptop. First IBM the ThinkPads with a touchpad alongside the red. Oh, you got the little red joystick thing, the little red nub. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a mouse pointer. It's to move the cursor. It was a competitor to the track. Well, probably predates the trackpad. It's actually quite usable. Takes some getting used to, I would imagine. I don't think I've ever used one. Has anybody ever used one of those things? So you remember when mice had a ball underneath? Has anybody used one of those ones that's like a mouse upside down, where the ball's just there with the buttons next to it, and some arcade games used to be like that. You just, instead of moving the mouse, turn it upside down kind of thing, and you just roll the ball. It's not a mouse that you've turned upside down, but it's that kind of concept. Don't know what they'd be called. So okay, we've left Karen out of the conversation. Yeah, I think the red nub thing, the red joystick thing, predated the trackpad. Touch technology was, I think, it was difficult. When you used to have to turn your mouse upside down once a day, turn that little circle so the plastic pops out, take the ball out, clear the ball, and blow inside the mouse to get as much dust out as possible. Fucking daily, honestly. Frank's used the ball thing I was talking about. Okay. Nub. Nub's an interesting word. I don't think I've ever heard it called that. Clean the lint off. Oh yeah, clean the lint off the rollers as well. But be careful because there's a line of kind of felt there somewhere. And if you're too rough, you take away some of the stuff that's actually helping the ball roll the rollers. Fuck. Probably varies different designs and different manufacturers and what have you. But yeah. Touchscreen laptops. You still got them, can't you? I was watching a video the other day of a basically a laptop that is just one big touchscreen. So it doesn't have physical keyboard. Comes down. Imagine like my phone bends. It doesn't work when you bend it, but the what's it called, Karen? A flip 4? Samsung Flip 4 maybe. There's the Flip 4 and there's the Fold 4, and the fold is bigger. Chromebooks still have touchscreen. Yeah, Chromebooks, yeah. It is Flip 4, yeah. But imagine that, but like the full size of a laptop, the screen and the keyboard, and the thing folds, and the bottom thing becomes a key, not a keyboard that you press, but it becomes a screen with a virtual keyboard. But then you can get an extra keyboard that actually clips on if you want a physical keyboard with it. All very hold on. NHS are giving away free tablets. To who, for what? To staff? Or are they giving away old surplus stock? Have they stopped using fax machines yet? Oh, free tablets. There you go. You see, I just don't connect the dots sometimes. Giving away free tablets. Yeah, there you go. I'm naive sometimes, aren't I? Oh, plonker. Nothing, but I kind of caught that before Frank deleted it. Nothing beats the click of what, a physical keyboard, a real keyboard. Yeah, I wouldn't want. I'm a touch typist, so I rest my hands on the keys. And if it's a screen, you can't rest your fingers on a virtual keyboard. That's no good. I learned to type on a mechanical typewriter, and then upgraded to electric. Then upgraded to an electric one that had a little, like a dot matrix screen, and you typed your entire line, and then you could review it and double check it, and when you were ready you could say type, and it just but it meant that you could go back and edit. You could edit the line before you printed it out. And then so I got my RSA 1 and 2 on, was that on mechanical? And then I did a separate qualification on word RSA, was it level 2 or 3 on word processing? I don't know. When I was doing those exams, I was typing about 60 words a minute. I got up to just over 100 at one point. Mavis B can teach us typing, folks. Anybody? Mavis B can teach us typing. Pirated off the internet, obviously. No one was paying that much money for that shit. But university. Do I remember what brand mine was? I do not. Is when I went to university, my in-laws helped me buy my own electric typewriter. The ability to undo, folks. When we're doing the typing exams and you've got what was the blue paper called? The copy paper. So you'd have the one you're typing on, then you'd have the sheet of blue paper behind, and then another sheet. I'm going to call it copy paper. That sounds right. But if you made a mistake, throw it away and start over. Word processing was fucking revolutionary. Or even that in-between step with the dot matrix screen. So that you could go back, so you could confirm your line before outputting it. God, those were the days. And I used to spend hours and hours and hours. I used to buy the computer magazines like Computer Shopper and PC World or whatever. I can't remember the names of all them. Computer Shopper was definitely one. And they're about this thick. And literally 2/3 of it was like a catalogue. All the different companies would put a 30 or a 50-page, I'm not going to say insert because it's bound in as part of the magazine. It wasn't just put in, but the magazine like this thick, and I would pore over that shit for hours, looking at. Does anybody remember Personal Digital Assistants? The company called Scion. Was it PSION? And I used to dream about those fucking things. Poring over them, looking at all of the different features. And as the screens improved and improved and improved month after month, the golf ball printer, yeah, the ball with all the letters on, and what was the other one? The Daisy printer or Daisy wheel printer, maybe, where each letters you've got a wheel with all the spines coming out around, and it would spin and print. They all made a hell of a racket as well. Carbon paper, fuck yeah, thank you. Carbon paper, it was indeed. Why did I say copy paper? That was the name of the copy paper. The A4 sheets that we were using, the white paper, your standard office paper was copy paper. Maybe that was a brand name? Or just a generic name, maybe. Oh, because copier paper for the Xerox machine, your standard A4. Maybe that's where I got that from. I don't know. Don't know what I'm remembering or where from. Carbon paper. Yeah. So college, not as in university, but the one in between, the College of Further Education. We had to print documents, but it was a dot matrix printer. And it was really cheap, rough, like recycled paper. Their printouts were shockingly bad. And then I got my own dot matrix printer. And I'm sat up working on college work until 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and then you go to print. We're in a terrace. We're in a terrace house. We're in a row. I think some places they're called. Are they called townhouses? Where it's in a row, but ours was literally terraced, as in stepped down a hill. But even so, it's a lot of houses joined in a fucking row. You push that button and start printing at 3 in the morning, and 2 neighbours that side, 2 houses that way and 2 houses that way, and maybe the row of houses the other side of the road are going to hear. That was a bit of a cunt, really, with that. Oh, folks. Anyway, let's have a look. My school, this is Frank. Karen, my school required papers to be typed and we didn't have a computer, so I was typing my schoolwork on a mechanical typewriter my parents got from clearing out an estate. golf ball, letter ball. Olivetti had that machine. It was amazing to watch it spin and do its thing. But they're all crazy noisy. Oh, typing envelopes. Yeah. There's two ways, wasn't there? There was you had to type in the right place on the piece of paper so it showed through a window, or typing on the actual directly on the outer surface of the envelope. Yeah. Frank had a computer with a dot matrix printer. They were so noisy, mate. So noisy. What about the early inkjets? You used more ink cleaning the fucking print heads than you did printing. But that first time you took a sheet of paper and printed a photograph, even though looking back it was bad quality. It was compared to dot matrix black or nothing. It's remarkable. PDAs, Panasonic and Sanyo were huge players in that scene. I don't remember. I don't remember seeing Panasonic. Philips was. I don't know. Is Philips a European? I think they're a Dutch company. Are they? I remember seeing something with Philips. But the biggie that I remember in the period I'm thinking of, which would be, when would it be? 94, 95 onwards, maybe until 2000, maybe. Scion, PA. Oh, and then was it Symbian after that? Symbian? Hold on, was Symbian a product or an operating system? What am I thinking of? Because I worked with, I think Symbian was an operating system on phones, was it? Phones and PDAs? Rachel, what was Rachel? What was her? Penrillion. Penrillion. And the guy in charge, Charles somebody or other, he was the chief software architect on. I'm going to say Symbian was an operating system. On Nokia. On Nokia. Talk to me. Scandinavian phone company. I'm going to say Nokia. Probably Finland. Oh, now I've got to look that up, haven't I? I got to look up what was the route I just took. Symbian. Shit. Here we go, folks. I'm going to be here until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Symbian OS it was. And it was for Nokia. Okay. Now tell me that Nokia is a Finnish company. I'm going to go with Finland. It's definitely Scandinavian, or was. Nokia. Where's the Finland? Oh, it's a town in Finland. I didn't know that. Finland. Nokia is a Finland company. Is? Really? Dating back to 1865. Hold on. Now I've got to type Symbian and Charles. Charles. Nokia. Do I need Nokia or just Symbian? I'm not sure. Symbian. I'm going to say Charles, an architect or software architect, software engineer, chief architect. I don't know. Chief architect. If this doesn't work, because I worked with Penrillion, which was the company he set up, I think in the Lake District. No, Google. I wasn't looking for a guy called Charles, chief architect. Charles Davis was former Symbian chief technology officer. First employee, later managing director of Scion, that I was just talking about before, but that doesn't ring a bell. That's The name, not the name, Chief Architect. Okay, another route round. Sorry, folks. Bear with me. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear. I'm going to search Penrillion with a double L. Penrillion founder. And he's going to be called Charles. I know he is. He was in my office one day. Charles Weir. Doesn't ring any bells, but key details. Founder. Weir served as the founder manager director of Penrillion for 15 years. From 2000 to 2015. Hold on. Before founding Penrillion, he was the lead architect on the Ericsson R380. First commercially available smartphone. That's not... Oh, fuck, look at that. He's a research fellow and senior lecturer at Lancaster University, my alma mater. That is him. Why does it not mention... He was at Ericsson. So Ericsson is obviously a Scandinavian name with a double S, Eric's son. Why does it not mention Symbian? I'm gonna do a separate search now that I've got his name. I can remember my contact at the company and the lady that I dealt with most. Let me just do this. It's just going to drive me daft if I've got this wrong. Here we go. For 5 years, I spent the majority of my consultancy work with Symbian. Okay. Helping the successful company develop the technical skills needed to, and then the sentence cuts off. And I'm looking right at him and I don't recognize him. But life's like that sometimes, folks. Anyway, I took us on a magical mystery tour there, and I don't know why. How did we start that? It was PDAs and Symbian and... yeah. Interesting, though, that they mentioned Scion that I was just talking about before. Townhouses. Townhouses and row houses and other such terms. We have them on hills, and because they're cut into the hill, every second or third house, it's a terrace. Like when they cut vineyards and things, when they I don't know, when they're growing on. Yeah, that's terracing, isn't it? When you cut steps into a hill, so that you've got flat land to work on at each level. Karen wasn't allowed to do typing at school. Is that because you might chip your nails? So when I finished college for my work, I went to evening class to do typing. I'm so glad I did. Early inkjets were awful. I think even later inkjets were still fucking awful. The amount of, aligning the print heads and aligning the print heads and cleaning the print heads, all of that wasted ink. Oh, and the cartridges themselves are so small. Printer ink, inkjet printer ink, is like the most expensive substance on earth. It's more valuable than fucking diamonds per ounce or per whatever. That shit is crazy. There's like 0.5 milliliter in a print cartridge. It's just a big sponge inside that. You think that you're getting that volume of ink. No, you're getting a sponge that's soaked up 0.5 pipette's worth of there's 2 microdots of ink that's just spread out on a fucking sponge inside that plastic cube. Philips is Dutch. I think that's what I said. Yeah. Symbian was a Nokia operating system. Okay, guys. Yeah, we're I'm playing catch up because I went off on a magical mystery tour looking it up, and you guys have already. I hope it's not too cold over there. It's not cold at the minute. What did we say? 13? 12? It's going to get down to 10 at some point. It's going to get down. Where do I need to be? It's 12 at the minute according to that. My thermometer says a couple of degrees more. I'm still on, I think that's 13. I'll read that as 13. Don't think it's quite 14. It's not 14. 13 degrees inside the bedroom here. They say 12. Feels like 10. Apparently there's a wind. Very clear sky. I don't know. Maybe it's just a wind chill thing. But inside the tent here is warm enough. Did you ever reuse your ribbons? Whether they were the ink ones or whether they were the ones with the carbon, what would you call it? So you could read the ribbon. The ones that were a cartridge that moved around, you could read the ribbon and see what had been typed previously. Yeah, they were in a cartridge, weren't they? But I'm a cheapskate. I would rewind them and have a second go over the same cartridge. Karen's off to bed. 3:22. Oh, that's about 5 minutes ago, yeah? A bit more. Hold on. I've scrolled back a bit by accident. Oh, okay. I missed that one. Yeah, changing the ribbon. Okay, I did accidentally miss a post. Karen's off to bed. Good night, Karen, if you're still there. Farmer's off as well. Just as Andy's arriving. Oi, oi. How much longer am I going, folks? It's not the largest audience in the world, is it? So yeah, the pocket organisers, the what's the word? PDAs, personal digital assistants. That was their big thing. But it was fun month by month watching the different models that they were advertising and the different features, going from black and white LCD screens, well, just black, and the screens getting bigger and wider and more. And then when it was styluses and things, and somewhere a little bit later, Apple decided to enter the market, didn't they? What was their thing called? Oh, I did know. Apple's PDA. Newton. I'm going to go Newton. Sounds right. I don't know why looking at my tablet made me remember without even having to touch it. Andy says, hello, you all. Good night, Farmer. Ericsson was, yeah, Sony. Yeah, Ericsson. Sony Ericsson. Why does that ring a bell? So the guy got around, the guy that I worked, well, he was my client, or his company was my client. I helped with their website. They had their own lady who did the day to day, but when she was stuck or wanted something major restructuring, I was the guy. Very pretty lady called Rachel. Apparently with a boyfriend who was about 7'6" and twice as wide and played rugby. Catch you later, Farmer. Yeah, Symbian, part of Nokia, and this guy, consulted on it, worked on it. I thought it was the lead architect. That might have been one of the things. Symbian sounds a bit kinky. Toner as in laser printer. Laser printers were an absolute fucking revelation when they came out. The university had one. It was like that. No, actually, it was a management school, had one. And it was in a shared computer lab. So even staff were printing down to it. Yeah, when your job sits in the queue, but then the trays run out of paper and everybody's job just sits in the queue. And when it doesn't print, some idiot sends his job 3, 4, 5 times. Oh yeah. Apparently Nokia still exists according to the search I just did, yeah. When did I say it dated back to? 1720 fucking something or other. Oh, 85% humidity outside, 5 degrees C. Then you're probably pretty near the dew point, yeah? You can expect the grass to be wet in the morning, or even if it gets a bit cooler, maybe a frost. If it drops a few degrees. Where am I? This particular one doesn't give. Does it? Humidity. Okay. The dew point here is 6 degrees, which we're not going to get down to. It has been on the whole, in that terms, and we've had a lot of rain this winter so far, but we haven't had much. It used to be terrible for stepping outside and it being wet through, like all the surfaces, the tables and chairs and the outside of the tent. Hasn't really been like that. You still find batteries for Nokia, was that? Psion Organizer in 84 running Psion's own Epoch operating system, a precursor to Symbian. A long time before Windows CE. What did CE stand for? The E will be edition. The C will be CE. It was like the cut down edition. I don't know. CE. Compact edition, maybe. Company was acquired by Motorola Solutions in 2012, and then wasn't Motorola acquired by Google? And then spat back out again when they didn't know what to do with it. Andy had a Psion. I dreamt about them. I was looking at them and looking at them and looking at them, but I was what are we talking about? When I was a uni student, I think, probably. So 94 to 98. Seeing them in these computer magazines though. And indeed on websites, because I was on the internet from 94 onwards. Yeah, I arrived at university just at the right time for that entire thing. Discovered the internet entirely by accident, folks. Sat in a computer lab, clicking on every icon. And when I didn't know what the program was, I didn't know what I was looking at, hitting F1 and getting the help file. And I happened to launch this Netscape, I don't remember, navigator or communicator. I think it was the one with the ship's wheel, the ship's steering wheel, I think. And I didn't know what I was looking at. And suddenly I'm looking at like the Sydney Morning Herald and the Washington Post. And it's that day's news. I had no idea what was going on. So you read the F1, get the help file, find out what you're looking at. And then while I'm reading a newspaper, a couple of days later, I'm reading about some of the first stories about the World Wide Web and the internet. I'd heard of the internet because email had been a thing for 20 or 30 years before. Big story when I was in high school, somewhere around 81. Prince Charles, no, was it the Duke of Edinburgh's email? In his email got hacked. Was it by Kevin Mitnick? I'm going to say Kevin Mitnick. He was certainly a famous hacker back around that time. But yeah, so I knew that the internet existed and that these various protocols and services sat on top of it. But I didn't know. I wouldn't have known how to begin who, how, when, where to get involved with it or on it. But once the World Wide Web started, and I was at university I'm 94. That's when the web went public, if I remember correctly. Just got lucky, right place, right time. Nokia batteries are some of the most commonly replicated out here. I was looking. I can't remember the name now. Oh, what's that computer company where you buy the computer and it's modular? You can just take out. You decide where the USB ports are going to be and which type you have. Linus Tech Tips, Linus Sebastian's an investor. But there's this, so there's a computer company where it's all modular and you can replace everything. And if your screen breaks, you just scan a barcode and buy a new screen and undo. All of the screws throughout the entire device are the same screw. And not only that, so you only need the one screwdriver, but not only that, they're all retained. The screws don't come off. They're kind of attached to the component. So when you undo a hard drive and take the screw's still there connected to the hard drive. Anyway, whatever that company's called, there are two companies that make phones that are modular. Same idea. And I was looking at them earlier. Obviously, oh, you bugger, that slipped right through my fingers. Obviously, I'm not in a position to be buying one. But €200, entirely modular, easily fixable. You know, the right to repair kind of mentality. I want a mobile phone that still does FM radio. You know, as long so that means it needs the 3.5 mil. It needs the headphone jack, the headphone port, because that becomes the antenna, doesn't it? And one of the ones I was looking at still does that. It's really I don't know. It's really important to me that let's say the internet disappears, that the phone's still got some usefulness. And radio, because of my kind of prepper adjacent, my prepper mentality, radio's the obvious answer for when the shit hits the fan. To find out what's happening, when, where, why. Because unbelievably, when power goes, the internet, mobile phone, it all just goes so quickly nowadays. There's no built-in battery backup on any of this shit, or very, very limited. So radio. But I don't have to have separate radios. My phone should also be my radio. I mean, why not? They used to be. They've removed that functionality for no good reason. They just decided to save money. Maybe no one was using it. Maybe it wasn't important enough to other people, but it's to me. So anyway, yeah, these phones, I can't remember the names of the phones. But you can look it up. If you look up Linus Sebastian on the computer manufacturer, but then use some of the keywords that are related to that modular phone, I guess, modular phone kit. Find those two companies and find which one does. Yeah, because in theory, your phone will be upgradable. Kind of, I'm not going to say forever, but for quite a while. If your screen breaks, replace it, and you don't need a third party repairer. It comes and when the part arrives in the post, it has another barcode on one of those 3D. What do you call them? I do know, but I can't remember. I can never remember that shit. Those 3D barcodes, you scan it, and it takes you to a YouTube video that shows you what to do, what do you pry open, which screws do you undo, what do you have to be careful of about routing wires and what have you. And it just slots in. I like that idea. It's like Lewis Rossman and his right to repair, which is the antithesis of your Apples, and they're all doing it now. They all do it. They glue everything together so that when it can't be fixed, even when even by someone who knows what they're doing, make it more and more difficult. Apple, if you even get a legit screen and put it on, shit don't work right because they have a chip and they embed a number in there, and if that number doesn't match the rest of the numbers, fucking either puts a warning on screen or just doesn't work, or limited functionality for whatever part it is that you're putting on. If it's not done by their official what do they call their repair network? Anyway, yeah, Apple. Bah. Sentimental for the trailblazer companies that have since become no more. Yeah, they were cutting edge, bleeding edge, I guess, leading edge and bleeding edge, and they push the envelope, and then other companies come in and step in, and yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Once things become mass market, the original company often just goes by the wayside, as Apple themselves almost did back in the day. Great products, great technology, but they couldn't find the right market for years and years. And the iPod saved Apple. Oh, before that, the iMac. I think that was before. The original. You remember that turquoise, translucent plastic monstrosity, where the computer and monitor were all in one, and it glowed. And for some reason, that became the big thing. So the iMac kept them afloat, and then the iPod. Yeah. Commodore is back, says. Oh, did Frank leave? Hold on. Jack Attack said, cheers, mate. Oh, have I missed something? Oh, maybe not. Maybe what's happening here? Oh, Frank said, cheers, mate, to Jack Attack. Have I got it the wrong way around? Did Jack leave? Oh, no, maybe he's just saying thanks for the info. All right, I'm scrolling. I'm coming forward. Andy says Sauter, I don't know what to. Commodore is back, sort of. Okay. Nokia isn't going anywhere. As in they're going to stick around for a while, or they're not going to make any progress. That could go both ways. There's no grass, everything is covered in snow, lake is frozen over. Oh. Nobody even overclocks anymore. Are the black versions black? Is it for overclocking? Or is that just an AMD thing? Was that AMD? I don't know whether we're talking CPUs or graphics cards. Motorola was sieging radio and radar technology in the early days of the Cold War. Didn't know that. Netscape Navigator. Oh, navigating, hence that's the ship's wheel, yeah? Mr. X Addies asks, what country are you in? I'm assuming that's to me. I'm in Spain, my friend. A city called Torrevieja on the southeast coast, the Costa Blanca south. But I am British. You can tell my accent isn't Spanish. Some Chinese rugged phones have it. Have it. Overclocking. Are we talking about? That was the last topic I saw you talk about. Chinese rugged phones. What's the most rugged one I can think of? Ukitel. Were they Chinese? I think they were. With my octagonal phone, it was a beast of a phone. Frank says my old Nokia N8 could do FM reception broadcasting. Yeah, my phone. Was it this? Hold on. Disconnecting, reconnect. Okay. I think my last phone before this did the radio thing. What was it? It was a Zhao Red 2. Zhao's not right. Was it just X? It wasn't just XI. Chinese. One of those. It was called a Red 2. I mean, how many can there be? XI. There was definitely an XI in there somewhere. Am I safe here? I'm not typing my PIN in on screen, am I? Chinese phone manufacturer. Can I type that quickly? Phone manufacturer. Manufacturer. Red 2. No, the manufacturer's not called Red Hydrogen 2. No. Come on, you got to do better. Xiaomi. Huawei. It's not. That's too many letters, but it's something like that. How about I reverse the words? Chinese manufacturer of Red 2 phone. There we go. There's a sentence that the AI can work with. Not red hydrogen. No. Xiaomi red rice. Where are we going? Red my. It's something like that. Is it that? But it's two separate words. Red my. It doesn't look right as one word. Could be. I don't know, folks. I got no clue. It's over a year ago, I think, that my phone gave up. It's still here somewhere. Red my. Could be. It doesn't work anymore, guys. The synapses, they don't fire, and the signals don't get where they're meant to go. I am still leaning on this one arm. It's been a while now. Oh, and how long have I been drinking? I can't even pick that can of beer up. Okay, folks, where are we? We're coming up on 6 hours. And we'll probably call it quits in 10 minutes if that's okay with everybody. QR codes. This is how far behind I am. My 3D barcodes are indeed Q. Does anybody know what does QR stand for? It must mean something. Q. What could Q stand for? Quality? That doesn't seem right. Query? Don't know. I've never thought to ask until now. Atari says, I remember paying, is that 1,000 euros for a Garmin car, GPS, sat nav kind of shit, back in the Bronze Age. Oh, we've all overpaid for, what did I get? I won an auction, must have been eBay, mustn't it, in the early days, and it was for a webcam. It wasn't just a webcam, it was a system. What do you call it? When you have the whole conversation set up, the whole, yeah. No, this thing arrived and it was an outdated crock that I'd overpaid for. Very disappointing. I don't even know what that's called. When you're in a business and you go into a room and you're talking to the other office elsewhere remotely, and it's just you and the, it's like FaceTime, but before FaceTime existed. So it's back in the Stone Age. We were using semaphore flags to signal because, why not? Frank says Chippy Strong. Chippy as in chipmunk. Or something else. I'm scrolling back in case I've missed something. Has Mr. X Addy's got any follow-up questions? Maybe I'm just too far behind. And shittification of everything, not only technology. This is true. This is true. There does seem to be and shittification. We've also got shrinkflation and all these other concepts that are it's that once authentication handshake that locks a part to pair with another. Frank says he's still here. Yeah, I don't know. I lost track of a conversation there. So somebody was saying thanks. It sounded like people were saying goodnight to each other, but you weren't really, I don't think. Jack Attack's in the house still. I used to use a Nokia E71 as my... I used to have a separate... There was a silly name for them, wasn't it? It was a bean-shaped thing. And yeah, you put your SIM card in there. I refused to buy a mobile phone for the longest time. I had an iPod Touch, which was basically an iPhone without the phone. So I had all the other stuff, all the apps and the App Store stuff, and as long as it would do Wi-Fi. So if you were out somewhere and they had Wi-Fi, that's great. If you didn't, I bought a MiFi. That was the word, wasn't it? When you were carrying around your own Wi-Fi hotspot, you called it a MiFi, or maybe that was a brand name. I refused to buy a mobile phone for the longest time. I bought my first mobile phone just before moving out here. That would be February 2016. So probably the October or November of 2015, I bought my first mobile phone. And when I got to Spain, the heat made it all fall apart. It's kind of all glued together and it all came unglued. Google, Nexus 5 maybe? Don't think they ever brought out a Nexus 6, did they? Because Nexus 6 was Roy Batty. That was the robots in Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Blade Runner. The Nexus 6 was the model of Android in Blade Runner. So I don't think Google ever brought a Nexus 6 out. They changed then to whatever they're called now. Whatever Google's range of mobile phones are called. Andy says, chilliers tonight. Remind me where you are, Andy. Xiaomi, okay, there's Jack Attack trying to help me. Yeah, I think it was that Redmi. I don't know if that is Redmi a brand that's part of Xiaomi? Xiaomi, I don't know how you pronounce it. Quick response, is that what it stands for? QR, I never knew that. Conference calls. It's not the word I was looking for. It was specifically the video. Video's part of the term, is it? Video. Yeah, I don't know, mate. Oh, that's a very specific temperature there. 0.9 degrees C. Frank's going to give me a ring later. That's fine, mate. Give me 5 or 10 minutes. A couple of things to take care of. Symbian software on Nokia was amazing. Apparently you've got my ex-client to thank for something to do with it. Don't think it was quite what I thought it was. Maybe I've been misled by someone else. He was definitely consulting with them and for them. I thought I was told he was the lead designer or developer. Don't know. My Samsung Galaxy S5 fell 50 foot in an OtterBox and smashed to pieces in the case. 50 feet's a long way to fall. I've got no idea what an OtterBox is. Is this like an artificially provided, like a nesting box for them to, like a bird box but for otters? Does that sound silly? I have no idea what an OtterBox might be. Redmi is a sub-brand of Xiaomi. Okay, that sounds right. I just don't remember it being. I don't remember Redmi being one word. But then it could just be my memory. We all know how that's going. Oh, gone. Okay, folks, we are on 5 hours 58 minutes as far as I can keep track of. We are down to just 5 viewers. We did hit 23 thumbs up though. So before you do leave, if you haven't hit the thumbs up already, it'd be appreciated. Someone else just arrived. I'm sorry, we are about to call quits to the proceedings. Because we've been here this long, if you would care to watch again from the start, leave it 15 or 20 minutes and you should find that live chat replay is fully enabled fairly quickly after the stream ends. Okay, Frank's in 24. My Ajax requests must be coming in slow as usual. My ex threw my phone from my car at 60 miles per hour and it survived. But did your ex survive? I'd have thrown her after it. Fuck. All right, I'm going to take a second or two. I mean, I'm going to thank you all for being here. I'm just going to see whether I can leave you in the manner to which those of you that have been here a while might have been accustomed. I don't want to wake her ladyship up if she's not already. I can't see myself. I can't see whether she's... Give me a second, folks. Turning it around, looking for the light. Oh, she's just here, look. You see her just poking out. Here she is. Hello, babe. Are you awake? I think you're awake. There's Tina. Okay, folks. We're coming up exactly on 6 hours. And I'm going to say, from Tina, whoop, and from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks.